my live stream. So it is connecting, and you can go ahead and let me know if you can share your screen.
Yeah, no, it looks like I can. I'll do that. Sweet. Awesome. Great. Well, hello to everyone in this Zoom room and everyone that might be tuning in. My name is El de la Quincela. I use either she or they pronouns. I am the Central Virginia grassroots organizer for the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, and feeling so grateful and happy to be a part of this project. I did a similar orientation and tools for action kind of conversation for the Water Walk back in May, for those of y'all that are familiar with the great work that Seven Directions of Service has been doing over the past year and beyond and further back. But I am going to try to cover a lot of information in this. So bear with me. And the basics of, I'm just going to go through and let y'all know this is the general overview of what we'll be talking about today. And normally in these sorts of trainings, there would be a lot more time for role playing and discussion and simulation. But there are some pretty big topics. So we're going to pass through a lot of that stuff. And then when this recording gets sent out afterwards, I'll make sure to link a lot of different like pre-recorded simulations and things like that. So that way y'all can see some of these best practices in action. And there'll be about 15 minutes, assuming that I don't go too far over at the tail end of the presentation, where we can field some of that. But just as a quick overview and to lay down the general objectives, the objective of this is to kind of learn the skills that we are going to put some of the, and hello to the new folks that entered in the room. So this is going to be a very baseline for skills that then hopefully can be applied to whether that be no MVP work or whatever part of the country you're tuning in from, whatever struggles you may be fighting against. This is overall applicable. And I'm going to keep admitting people as we go. But so we're going to, right now we're doing what we're doing. We're introducing, and then we're going to go through the basics of canvassing, kind of the grounding, why we canvas when we canvas, what do we mean when we talk about canvassing, breaking down what that conversation looks like a little bit, going to get into telling your story, which is a common thread that's running through all of this, and then kind of tips and tricks and considerations for canvassing in our current day and age. We're going to move into the second half of it, which is lobbying. So kind of going through the same sort of thing, what, why, where, what we need kind of physically and mentally before we go into those meetings. In a similar vein of breaking down the canvassing conversation, we'll be going through like a lobbying agenda and then going through tips and tricks. And we'll keep on keeping on through canvassing. So what is canvassing broadly? I know normally you'll see kind of the image of the person with the clipboard or out on the street corner, flagging you down, trying to get you to, like ACLU style or Greenpeace style. And these are organizations that do a lot of great work. So I don't mean this disparagingly, but that are trying to usually get you to donate or usually do something along those lines. And there are different kinds of canvassing that serve different purposes. But at its very baseline, all canvassing is a conversation. And in our case, more community-focused canvassing is we're talking to the folks around us, our neighbors. We're trying to get where they're at, understand where they're coming from, and hopefully move them to support whatever cause it is that we are out on the doors that day for. There are a couple of different types of canvases that you can run. And I am talking kind of particularly about grassroots style canvassing where we're not going to be fundraising per se. So this will be more disseminating information, making sure that everybody is up to speed as to what is going on in the neighborhood, and then getting someone to join the fight. And we are at the very baseline because we are looking at our community. We are engaging with folks that we live near. We're trying to build lasting relationships with people. This is the first conversation, the first time that you are physically in the door, but it is not the last. And so again, for a variety of purposes, but particularly if you have a petition drive that you're trying to do, if you're trying to persuade somebody about an issue to come to an event, a rally, that those are the kinds of things that you will be hitting the doors for. And I did not mention earlier, but if you have any questions as I'm going through this or I'm speaking too fast, please feel free to let me know in the chat, and I will make those adjustments. But we're going to keep on keeping on, which is, all right, breaking down the canvassing conversation. So the first thing that you're going to do is you're going to introduce yourself, because otherwise people have no idea. And I'm going to kind of work with door knocking. That's my go-to when we talk about canvassing, but these things can be applied for tabling an event or crowd canvassing at, like busy blocks or so things of that nature. Usually you'll go in big and bright, introduce yourself. Hi, my name is Elle. I am out here today for this reason. And, making sure that people know exactly what you're coming into the conversation with. Build rapport. You can use humor. You're, trying to talk to somebody and really engage with them. So be yourself, and I'm sure that will open up the conversation in beautiful ways. As we are moving into the issues, we want to lay a baseline of common values. So we're often talking to folks in our community at this point. So we're knocking on the door. Hi, my name is Elle. I'm out here trying to spread some information and gain awareness about the Mountain Valley Pipelines Extension Project, the Southgate Extension. It's going right through this neighborhood. I wanted to know, have you heard about the project? We're asking questions and trying to see, how do you feel about certain things? So if folks are, expressing any sort of hesitation, or, hey, I really care about jobs, and I think that the Mountain Valley Pipeline will bring in jobs, you can get at a common value there. It's like, I also want our community to thrive. I want our folks to be taken care of, for folks to have good, well-paying jobs. And you're starting at that baseline of, we both want what is better for what is around us. And then we're going to kind of move in. I'm going to get to story sharing later, so I'm going to put a pin in that for a second. But after we kind of have I think that this pipeline or whatever it is will bring jobs. You need to sort of process that conflict. You are coming from seemingly different places, but you've already established that y'all share a common value of wanting your community to thrive.
Bob and Linda are actually on.
Sorry, I don't know if that was a question or if I missed something, but y'all can, okay, I was checking the chat and it's just, sweet, people introducing themselves, which is awesome, and hello. Processing, sorry, I lost myself there. Processing conflict is where we are going to kind of get in the nitty gritty of the canvas. This is where you are kind of positing two different things. Yes, I hear you. On one hand, this may bring jobs, but on the other hand, at what cost? And even though we know that construction is a lifelong job, these jobs are not necessarily going to be filled by members of our community or whatever it is that, I'm using an example here, but this can apply to a bunch of different things. So you want to kind of shake up what somebody's business as usual thinking is. And that's where that processing conflict aspect comes in. Then you're going to make an ask of them. Once you kind of have processed this conflict, perhaps you'll get into some of the short story sharing, which is something that I will talk about in demo in a moment. But your ask is going to be, will you come out to this event? Will you join me on the doors when I'm back out here this time this week? Will you sign this petition? Can we count on you for your vote? So this is like a series of different types of asks that you can make, and you want it to be hard and clear, and generally giving folks a yes or no answer. We don't want to give spaces for maybes, although we do want to hear kind of what might be stopping somebody. So if somebody's like, no, I can't, I don't have time. It's, oh, okay, I hear that. We all live busy lives. Are there other times or other types of ways for you to get involved that may work better? And that's what's going to be our follow-up. Our follow-up is whatever it is that they have said that they are willing or they're willing to do, making sure that you have a plan that you have explicated to them of when you will see my face or a member of my organization or the group that I'm working with, or another pipeline resistor in this fight, when you will see their face again. So that is like a very broad strokes overview of breaking down the conversation. And I will send out sample scripts after this alongside like some of the other resources that might help with this. But moving forward, kind of this is the meat of the conversation, is telling your story. When you are introducing yourself, when you are getting out on the doors, people are automatically going to be a little bit suspect of, or like suspicious rather, of like what you're doing. You're going up to, especially for those of us that live more rurally, that don't have people coming up to our doors in quite the same frequency. They may be confused as to why you're there, or slightly hostile. I do want to make sure that, and again, if you are, we'll get to sort of your comfortability level when it comes to canvassing after this, but sorry, I'm trying to dual admit folks.
Hell, if you want, I'll just admit people.
Awesome. Thank you. I appreciate that, Crystal. But what is going to initially ease the tension with somebody new at the door, what is initially going to open up the conversation and give reason and rationale and meat behind what you're there, is being willing to get vulnerable at the door. You are kind of extending an olive branch, reaching out and telling your story. And when you are open with folks, they'll generally be open back. So this is the meat of any sort of organizing conversation, whether it be canvassing or lobbying, and we can talk about how it applies to lobbying in a little bit. But for canvassing, you basically are just explaining why you're there. And explaining why you're there look different in different ways, depending on your level of comfortability and depending on what kind of canvas you are running. If you're just trying to get petition signatures and you're moving through quickly, then it's okay to not get super, super deep and in your gut about it. But if these are folks, your next door neighbors, and you are like opening up a conversation with them in a totally different way, that is not asking for sugar, shoveling snow side by side, or whatever it is, you might feel more inclined or more ready to kind of share your convictions for being at the door. when we tell stories of ourselves, we want to be really clear and build an arc. So this is naming key players and often wanting to ground that in a sort of race class narrative, which means that we know who is responsible for climate change, and we know who is responsible for continued abuses on native land, and we need to call that out, and kind of posit who are our allies in this fight and who are not. So you want to name events, your feelings. So kind of in an MVP lens, how has your life been affected? Are you a landowner or you have a science background, or you're a mother? There are a bunch of different ways that you can share how your life has been affected, and sort of what the world would look like if these things happened. You know, we don't want to spell a total doom and gloom on the doors, but we do want to motivate folks into action, and make sure that they know kind of the immediacy of the fight. Like, we need to do something now, and that's why I'm on your door. So I can very briefly give y'all my story just quickly so you understand kind of what the arc is, which is I am a new Virginian. I only moved here about a year ago, and that is because around this time a couple of years back, I was out fighting wildland fire in California. I had always had a love of the natural world. I had always thought a need to protect our green spaces, and I lived in this kind of conservation-y mindset as opposed to, but I wanted to do something good. I wanted to do something good. And so I went out, and I am, you know, day in, day out, kind of covered in ash, and watching these huge fires burn and feeling like, yes, I'm doing something to solve the problem, but I'm dejected every day because no matter what I do, I'm still putting out the fires that have been set by somebody else. I don't mean set physically. I mean that there has been that the rate of climate change of our warming earth, of kind of how we preserve land out west, and whose spaces, whose property needs protection, have all led to these massive blazes that are displacing people. And so I was living in a town where the year before there was a huge fire that burned through an entire city and displaced a lot of folks. And I was, you know, watching people. I saw climate migration with my own eyes, and I had never seen that before. And I knew that I could no longer be content with fighting the fires after they happened. I knew I needed to do something to stop it, that I needed to be on the proactive side to try to prevent things from continuing to go from bad to worse. And so once that click was, you know, once that clicked in, I moved towards climate organizing. I moved down south. I got this position kind of doing the climate justice, climate advocacy work. And right, you know, in my home state, there's a proposed project of the Mountain Valley Pipeline, and which would have kind of the same, so is contributing to the same problem that I was fighting all the way out west. But this is something proactive to be done to stop it, to stop 30 new coal plants, the equivalent carbon emissions of 30 new coal plants from spitting up and, you know, ruining the air quality, jeopardizing the health and safety, going through, you know, traditional lands and sacred burial mounds. There's the same sorts of fights, but I could do something about it. And that's why I'm out here knocking your doors. That was a very long version, but, and you can truncate it, especially when you're in lobbying meetings. But that is building a narrative, naming your players, events, and getting in your gut. I felt hopeless, and now I don't, because I am out here taking action and knocking on doors to try to do something that I know will benefit all of us, that is in all of our interest. And so that if you all feel, compelled later on, I'm trying to move through this fast so that way we do have some time for not just questions, but sharing. I encourage y'all now, if you have a spare sheet of paper, kind of outlining what you think the key tenets in your story would be. What brought you to this work? What continues to fuel you for this work? Who are you out here protecting and why? And you can get in your gut. You can get serious about it because the crisis at hand is serious. So I urge all of y'all to do that, if not now, to meditate over it. If this is new to you, it's hard to rationalize or think deeply about these sorts of things. So it's a learning process, and I hope that this is a good entry point into it. I'm gonna take a quick pause for questions before I keep on going, just because that was a lot of information.
Elle, you're doing great. Thank you so much. I did mute everybody. So if you guys want to be unmuted, just raise your hand and I will unmute you. Because I'm not quite sure if you're able to unmute yourselves once I'm muted.
Anybody's got anything, feels compelled to share, or needs some explanation, because I've been running through a lot of this pretty fast. Give it another minute.
I found your story really inspiring, Elle. I'm just wondering, how many doors could you possibly go to in one day and tell that story? That'd wear me out.
Yeah. No, I hear you. It is a mouthful, and it depends on what our objective is for, a different kind of canvas. If you're trying to get out the vote stuff, I usually will keep it pretty much shorter. Hi, I used to be a firefighter, and I've seen the devastation of climate change firsthand, and I know that the time to act is now. And then people are usually like, oh, I used to be a firefighter. And then the invitation keeps going. Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate that. And it definitely varies depending on what you're doing. But if there's no other kind of immediate thoughts, I'll keep on going, just because there's a fair deal of different types of tools and information that I'd love to make y'all get before we hear from our next speaker. But
and you have plenty of time, Elle. You got like 45 minutes. So before our next speaker. So yeah.
Awesome. No, thank you. Thank you for that time check. I just also want to make sure to leave tons of space for questions at the end, and maybe getting some folks to share their story once we get through the meat of all of this. But thank you for that time check. So some kind of best practices or tips and tricks for canvassing is everybody loves a smile. Everyone can hear a smile through a mask too. You can see it in eyes. It immediately kind of opens somebody up. You want to be confident when you go up to the doors, and it is a scary endeavor, especially if it is your first time. So it, kind of getting out of your head and remembering again and again that this is just a conversation that we are having with another individual, and we do that all the time throughout our day, is a good place to start there. But we want to be sure that we are asking questions and responding honestly. So when we are trying to gauge where somebody is at, the issues that matter to them, you have someone that is completely does not seemingly align with your values at first, and you want to make sure you let them know that you heard them, I hear you, and I understand, like, and where you're coming from. This is how this is the value that I think you're trying to speak to, and this is how I believe in that value as well. Is that the value that you're trying to, whatever it may be? Asking folks how they feel about things, like kind of how did you come to feel that way? Making sure that we are being really honest and open with folks at the doors. As Kenda mentioned, you got to be aware of your time. There are lots of doors to hit and lots of conversations to have, because although we want to be engaging with people thoughtfully and honestly and deeply, because this is the start of something more, we do need to realize that there are, that growing the movement is also an end in this. We do want to bring as many people as we can into this space with us. So you be cautious. If you are really, really vibing with someone and you're, yes, I think that you like really got it, and you are asking me tons of questions and you're clearly involved, that is super awesome and means that you can call them up in 3 days and they'll answer and they'll come out and have another conversation with you again. And so you can walk away and say, hey, it's been so great. I need to continue to go talk to more wonderful people like you, but here is my number. Here is the organization's, literature, whatever it may be, and somebody will get in touch with you shortly. If you don't, I think that is a good follow-up to leave. If the opposite way, if somebody is getting, if you're having an argument at the doors, recognizing that some people you won't turn. While we want to believe that everybody is coming at this because we care and believe in community, there is a difference of values that sometimes exists, and it won't be overcome over a couple of minutes at the door. And so being able to walk away and recognize that this person won't kind of come out to support your cause, and maybe it's not a worthwhile endeavor for anyone to continue to go down that road, being able to extricate yourself from that situation. Hey, it's been a really lovely time at the doors here. I've really enjoyed our stimulating conversation. I need to go, but thank you so much. Here's our literature if you feel the need to follow up. So that is another way. We're being positive when we're at the doors. We're protecting each other. We're ensuring safeguards for our public health. And so, because otherwise we don't want to fall into the kind of doom and gloom that can feel really present a lot of times. But those are kind of some quick tips and tricks. And then I want to leave you with a couple of other thoughts sort of about health and safety when you're on the doors and interacting with other people, because canvassing is draining. It's hard. As if you were going out now when it feels like 110 degrees outside, you want to make sure that you're taking care of your body and yourself first. So water, rested, good walking shoes, all of that jazz, making sure that you're staying safe. So never knock a door you feel unsafe at. You do not need to knock on a door with a Confederate flag out front. You don't need to explain why you're not knocking on a door. And if an organizer is really pushing you to do that, you can ask them to back off too. So it is totally a-okay to walk away from a conversation because it doesn't feel right. That is all right. And getting through the list and hitting every single door is not as important as your mental and physical health. So be aware of that. And especially now when we are hitting doors during, while we're still in a pandemic, while we still have a Delta variant, that you be keeping yourself safe. Hand sanitizers, gloves, masks. If you choose to hit the doors, there are also lots of ways to have these sorts of conversations on the phones. It's harder to do over texting, but you can you can get deep with somebody over a phone call. But just kind of making sure that you are continuing to take care of yourself. And the last thing, although it is in the middle of this paragraph, is don't leave any literature in anybody's mailbox if you are hitting doors, because that is illegal. That is something that I want to leave y'all with as well, because I have had to run back after folks had gone through and pull it out of mailboxes. So yeah, that's just a consideration to have when you are going through. I believe that that is the end of my canvassing thing, and I have about 35 minutes left. So I'm going to take a quick moment for a check-in on anything canvassing related right now before I move into some tips and tricks and the basics of lobbying.
I think it's great. Elle, do you want to just talk about your experience when we canvassed May 2nd during the water walk? Just briefly talk about that experience.
Yeah, absolutely. So in May for the water walk, May 2nd, there, was a vision of disseminating information and getting folks within Chatham, particularly Pennsylvania County, Virginia, aware of the Southgate Extension Project, aware of this proposed compressor station to be located in Chatham. And so we gathered up a whole crew of folks and sent everybody out with clipboards and literature to go knock on the doors of their neighbors. I actually wasn't hitting the doors because I was ferrying folks that day, but I'm wondering if there is somebody in the audience that was there that wants to speak to hitting the doors that day, and leave space for that. If not, I can talk about what the script looked like that day because I wrote that.
It's fine. It's up to you. I'm going to put my camera on. I know we're filling time. I also will talk a little bit about free, prior, and informed consent after you finish your presentation. Just very briefly, we are still working on our workshop for next month. So this will be a continuation for people who are here now who are interested in that free, prior, and informed consent.
Yeah, thank you for that. Okay, looked like it came off mute to me, but I'm not sure if you had something that you wanted to add. Okay. Yeah, I can send around the script for that May 2nd water walk. Just so that way y'all see, because you also won't be going out canvassing kind of willy-nilly. Usually you'll have like a clear ask literature, a canvas script, usually that an organizer will build. If you're hosting your own canvases, like happy to make myself a resource and talk through how to build that sort of stuff, how to lead a canvas training that would have more role play time, time to share stories and things like that. But that will all be to come, and I will breeze on ahead with lobbying unless there are objections. Okay, sweet. We'll get into some best practices for lobbying and hopefully leave enough time at the end for some processing of all this information before we dive into pre-prior and informed consent. But lobbying is, perhaps even more so than canvassing, a dirty word. People do not like the phrase lobbying and attach a lot of weight to it, but lobbying, just like canvassing, is a conversation. But instead of having a conversation with your neighbor or with individuals kind of existing in time and space either in our neighborhoods or at events. This is a planned and intentional meeting with an elected official, a lawmaker, a legislator. And so what lobbying is you have a space as their constituent to make your feelings and thoughts heard. So this is democracy in action at its kind of purest form, is you are sitting down with somebody who's able to make that sort of change, and you are making their case and making your case to them, trying to get them to act in that way. We lobby because, unlike big gas and big oil and kind of various other forces, we don't have big money to buy politicians, to buy lobbyists. So we are kind of, lobbying is the only way that we can battle this, because what we do have is people. We have lots of people, and elected officials feel the need to act on your voice because they are supposed to represent you. In order to maintain your vote, they need to act in your best interest. So the more voices that we can get speaking to a specific issue, whether that means kind of packing a room and all giving testimony together, whether that means having back-to-back legislator meetings of a bunch of folks that are advocating for the same cause, that is the only way that we can try to make that policy change in our interest. And so there are a couple of different times that we will lobby, and usually you'll hear about it during a session. So general session, something is in session. That's when things are coming to a vote, when bills are being introduced or dying. And so that is when most of these conversations happen, but it's not the only time that you can lobby. You can make asks of your legislator, your elected official, to intervene on certain things. So let's say that you have a delegate in an area where, you know, a big stretch of pipeline is going through. You can request a meeting with that elected official and sit down with them and, you know, try to convince them to come out publicly against the pipeline, to make a statement, to write a letter with other lawmakers and get co-sign, or if you have kind of a standing relationship, get them to co-sign, and that would be your lobbying asks. But just like canvassing, this is you know, the first time that you walk in, it's the start of a longer lasting relationship. If they're going to be in office for a long time, you better be in their office for a long time, because you're going to have to keep coming back and they're going to have to keep hearing from you. So there are a couple of different ways that you can lobby. In-person meetings are, you know, I think most of our preferred ways, and we haven't had that in quite some time, but we can all hope for a world where that will be a part of our lives again. You know, you can write emails, leave voicemails, have Zoom meetings, phone calls. There are various ways and methods with getting an elected official, getting their ear. All right, keep on going. Some things to walk in knowing before you get into that meeting is you need to know the number of your bill, the details of your bill, or your issue, or whatever it is that you are trying to get them to move on, because they're going to ask questions. If they don't know that much, they're going to ask questions. Even if they do know something, they'll be like, well, why would I do this? How does this affect me and like my constituents? How will, you know, so you need to kind of know the ins and outs. You don't need to be an expert, and that's okay, because you will follow up with them and you'll have like a plan, you'll make a plan to do that. But, you know, you should walk in confident. You also need to know very kind of intensely who it is that you're talking to. What is your lawmaker? What makes them tick? How have you seen them vote before? What sort of statements have they made? Who are they do they frequent their church? Are they involved in the Rotary Club? Whatever it may be, do they have favorite sports teams? You want to be able to speak to them and meet them where they're at, and then push them to where you are. So that knowing, the more you know your target, your elected official, the better you'll be able to kind of foster that conversation. When you're walking in, you're going to need the facts of the matter, the myths, because they're going to be like, well, what about this thing? And you'll say, well, actually, in reality, this is where we're at, or kind of dispelling those common discourses. And then most importantly, you're going to walk in with your story. Just like with canvassing, there is a reason that you are taking your time out of your day to do this thing, because it's hard work. And so they really want to know what it is, because they can look up facts and figures, and they often won't. And that's why you getting in the door and putting them in front of them is also beneficial. But really what is going to move them is that interpersonal connection, is what you are dealing with as their constituent. So bringing your story, like we kind of built before, telling your story, naming events and key players, building a narrative arc, invoking feelings. These are all kind of things that will help move that person. You're going to make a strong ask, and you can be very clear about this. You want yes or no answers. You want to be asking questions of them as well. But you want to go out knowing, as best to your ability, where they stand on that. And as you make your strong ask, whichever way they go, building a follow-up plan. Okay, I hear that you are still on the fence about this. I'm going to leave you with this information, and I am excited to circle back with you in a couple of weeks and see how you're feeling for something like a op-ed report. So building a follow-up not only gets accountability from them, and I would always suggest sending an email afterwards that thanks them. And that is another opportunity to follow up with them. But it also is the beginnings of that relationship. When you are having a follow-up plan, you are building another meeting in the future where you might have their ear again. So that is a good thing to know and have planned out ahead of time, as well as some good literature. You want to leave something and maybe write your name on the top of it, or your number, your email, some sort of contact information, and leave that with them, because they're in meetings like these all the time. But if they can pull and look at it and be like, oh yeah, this is that person that I talked to about this thing, it's easier for everyone. So those are some things that you might need before you go into a meeting. Talking about knowing your target, bunch of different ways to influence folks. And you'll hear this around phrases like power mapping, for those of y'all that have run in this sort of advocacy organizing circle before. But really it's just everybody has everyone wears multiple hats and plays different roles, and our elected officials are no different. And they are beholden to different people, not just their constituents, and they have their interests and their families and their friends, and being able to know what those avenues are makes it easier to effectively make your case. Going to go through the agenda. So this is kind of similar to the breakdown of the canvassing conversation, but it is a little bit different, mostly in terms of thank yous and making sure that you are kind of adhering to, that you're recognizing the place that they are in. We need both of these folks in the movement, and of course we want to thank folks at the door as well. And when we knock on the door, thanks so much for answering. But that is kind of a different thank you than thank you so much for how you voted on this thing. So those are the kind of the key differences, but now I'll run through the agenda kind of more in depth, which is first things first is kind of getting a time check. These folks are really busy. You are also really busy. Making sure that you adhere to, hey, really nice to meet you. I know that we're meeting for about a half hour, making sure that you still have this time, I still have this time, and that you have their full attention for this meeting. Then you're going to introduce yourself. Hey, I live in the 71st district, and I have been your constituent for this number of years, or like I'm a lifelong resident, whatever it may be. I work here, I play here, I'm raising a family here. You want to kind of open up with that relationship building sorts of things. Again, using humor, making it personal, getting at sort of those targets, the different ways to influence the lawmaker. That's all going into kind of your like intro. We're not keeping it super, super long because again, we only have so much time where we have this person's ear. I would next suggest giving a very genuine and specific thank you. That can be like, not just thanks so much for all of the work that you've done. Okay, all the work that you've done on what? Because otherwise, we don't agree with everything that our elected officials have, every way they voted, everything that they've done. So you want to be very specific. This thing that you did represented me and my values and is helping my community. So give that very, very specific thank you to them for the work that they've done thus far. Then you're going to make your ask. For the first time you're going to make your ask, because you can belabor the point with these guys. They've heard it before. It's not their first rodeo. Kind of unlike the canvassing conversation where you want to make one really strong ask at the end. It's been most of the time building trust and talking about values. Here it's you want something very, very specific from them. You want them to vote a certain way. You make that ask clear. I'm here to talk to you about, House Bill, whatever. And like making sure that everybody is aware of what it is. Then you're going to make your case. You can pull stats. You can leave time for questions. If they're asking questions, you can dispel the myths. But at the end of the day, what is really going to move them is when you share your story and you make it personal. So I encourage y'all to do that. And then you are going to firmly state once more your ask and get a commitment from them, whichever way. And if they need more time or need more information, whatever it is, we're building in a follow-up plan after so we can get that commitment and come back around and check in on them again. So having a follow-up plan, regardless of which way they're going, is a good way to kind of lay that foundation. And that is an overview of the lobbying agenda. I'm going to kind of continue to go through this presentation and then leave like all of the time at the end to talk about it. That's okay with everybody. If not, please, put something in the chat. But just some tips and tricks. So I am guilty of this, as everyone. It sometimes gets very, very frustrating being in the room where somebody has the power to do something that will markedly improve your lives and others, and they just seem so blasé about it. It's hard to not get angry. So that is something that the quickest way to turn somebody off is like getting angry, interrupting. We want to stick away from that and really I'm not saying that we all need to kind of make ourselves different people. That's not what I'm saying at all. And anger has its place when it is directed at kind of the root of the problem, what this goal, bill, whatever is trying to address, I think totally fair game. But making sure that we are engaging respectfully and being kind, because they are getting yelled at all the time. And even if it's with good reason, they are less likely to hear you out if you're coming in guns blazing. So urging y'all to, keep everyone's humanity in mind in these moments. Similar to the comment earlier, and also just kind of one of the things of canvassing, which is sometimes, lobbying is one of those conversations where you need to have your pitch down fast. You need to have your story down fast, because you're not sure how much time you're really going to end up getting. And even if you were supposed to be there for a half an hour, that's why you do the chime check at the beginning, it might end up being 20 minutes. And so you're like, oh no, this was this whole long case that I had made. You need to have the short and sweet of it, ready to hit them with it and ready to hit them with it again and again when you're doing those follow-ups. So practicing that 20-second elevator pitch, practicing the short and sweet of your story, hitting all of the major points. Those are, that's going to be vitally important to the lobbying conversation. And then another thing is ask folks why. If you are not getting the answer that you need, it is okay to continue to probe them, so long as we're doing so respectfully and courteously. But they owe you answers. You're their voter. It is okay to continue to push and toe the line there, to try to garner maybe the right information, or get them to think deeper about what is being put in front of them, and whose other voices are in their ear. Taking that minute to continue to ask questions as to why they feel that way or whatever it may be. It can go a longer way than you think it will. And another thing to bear in mind is just making sure that you are sticking to your personal story, compelling facts. It's easy to get lost in the weeds on things that we really care about, but what you really care about might not be what this lawmaker really cares about, and you just need their vote. So kind of making sure that you are getting at the deeper values, how it affects you personally is more likely to move somebody regardless of kind of their knowledge of the conversation. Okay, lots of information with 15 minutes left for questions, thoughts. I haven't been looking at the chat, but it looks like there have been things that have been going in there.
I'll read them to you, Elle. The first one is from Kay, and she says, can you talk a little about current availability of making online Zoom appointments with your legislators?
Yeah. So right now it's a little bit during general session, there'll be like almost like Calendly links, if you're familiar with that platform, which is you'll like fill in for slots and times. Right now, currently, my suggestion would be to get a contact number for their office, call their office, get their aide's name or their legislative assistant, whatever sort of person on staff. You want a real name, because and if you send an email to their bigger whatever there is at Virginia or at North Carolina Gov, somebody will be reading through those. But right now, general session or special session is coming to close. So the folks are taking a little bit of a break, but you have a right to meet with them at any time. You're their voter. So just making that request formally online, making that call, you can set up a Zoom meeting and then kind of work out the logistics of timing from there. I'm not sure if that answered quite as in depth.
I think that's pretty good. I can give you an example. When we did the Red Road to DC, we had a day after the totem pole was gifted to the Biden administration, and we set up the 10 different sacred sites. So we had representatives come from that location, each of the locations. And we had scheduled appointments with their, their legislation or their representatives that were in their area. And we had the room set up socially distanced, and they had tablets and computers, and they all called into the Zoom time, and they had a face-to-face virtual with their representative talking about what was affecting them. And it seemed to work out really good because we were able to schedule meetings back to back. So we were able to get different people in on these calls. We had like a local legislation and the federal level. So we were able to get people in and out, and it went effortlessly. And I really think that's how we should try to attack some of these things, especially when it comes to these local degradations, right? And I just actually thought about that. So I'm going to tuck that away and use that in my little toolkit. So that was great, Elle. Thank you so much for putting this together. Does anybody have any other questions, or they want to share any experiences? You guys are quiet today.
Also, really quickly, I scrolled through the chat and I saw a couple of different questions there. So I just want to address those and give those some airtime, if that's okay. And then I would love to hear y'all's voices after that, because I'm tired of hearing my own. But Chad mentioned that we always use teams of people. That includes a member of the team who's familiar to folks in the neighborhood. Do you do this? I think teams are rad. I think it's awesome. I don't believe you should ever walk alone. And I think that means different things for different areas and different things for different people. So some folks are completely comfortable going up to doors alone, feel super safe doing that. And if that is the case, what I like to do is, because I will always give somebody a buddy. Sometimes everybody is familiar to the area, and sometimes, there are only a few people and you can't pair everybody up necessarily, but doing block structures. And then what I'll do is 2 folks, and they each take an opposite side of the street. The idea being that you're kind of moving through at the same pace, and no matter what, if things start to get hairy, if you start to feel dejected, whatever it may be, you can turn around from that door and look, and there is a friendly, familiar face who is on your side. And that is really awesome. I think also having briefs beforehand of like what this neighborhood is and what this neighborhood looks like if you are new to it is really important. But yeah, I think as much as possible, trying to get one person who knows the neighborhood, is in the, kind of lives in there if possible, to a team is primary, and sometimes it just can't happen. And I think there was one other question, which was Lib about leaving material. It's okay to leave a door hanger at the door. It is not okay to leave it in a mailbox. And you can like leave it under the doormat. You can roll it up and put it between the door handle. But like, as soon as you open that mailbox and put it in, no bueno. So I'm sorry if I was not clear about that. And now I think I've answered all the questions in the chat. And so anybody that feels compelled about any of this, please take yourself on mute. Love to hear you.
And if you guys need to unmute yourself, just put it in the chat, or raise your hand, or do the raise hand feature. Because, I was muting people so we wouldn't interrupt Elle, but I don't know how it works. I'm sorry. Zoom has updated in my system. So I appreciate you guys being here. Thank you so much for joining us. It's turning out great, y'all. We have about 8 minutes before we have Dr. Ryan Emanuel come and talk. And I appreciate you all for being here and being in this fight with us.
So I want to say thank you for your courage, Elle, and your generosity, bringing your skill and experience knowledge to the table for some of our team, our bigger team here. So I'm looking at a lot of these faces and names, and all of these folks have some how worked with us, or on behalf of the same causes. Some of them that we've joined their causes and shown up for them. And it is just really brave for you to go on here and brave and generous for you to go on here and share with this folks. I mean, we got Orange County here, Alamance County, Durham County. I see Raleigh, which is, I guess, Wake County. I'm not sure. So we pretty much got a 4-county regional powerhouse listening to you, El. And so just know that your work is appreciated. Your work will be used in the field. And we just honor you like that because you are so much a part of our family and team. So I just wanted you to know that this was really huge for us. And we really appreciate it. Did I see a question?
Oh, no, just tell them about tomorrow, what we're doing tomorrow.
Oh, if anybody local knows that we're doing we were going to have this be a 3-day weekend. It's actually going to be on our own personal family, Okanichi land. And it was going to be a camp out where we were going to do all these trainings in person. We were going to do an art build. We're going to have a lot of fun with it. And COVID brought the reality that we're not at that level yet. And so what we're doing as an alternative is this virtual, which is cool because it opens these trainings anytime in the next 5 hours to anybody with a computer nationally or internationally that knows how to do Zoom. But the other part is we get a lot of trainers from across the journey that we took. So, we're going to get some traditional elders that do this work in their communities. And we probably wouldn't have been able to fly them out had we done the 3-day in person. So we would have to be trying to remember what they taught us and deliver it as best we could. So that's the plus. But tomorrow there's going to be a 4-hour window. It will be social distant and observant of COVID. We're going to kind of like pre-mark in the morning pods that families can be in that are 10 to 15 feet apart. The art build did go on in our absence. The people have brought a lot of art and gifts for certain people, for all the people that attend. However, we're not just going to bombard the art table. We're going to go in our pods at the given time. And we've got some great local musicians, local talent. We've got some poets, local talent of poetry and music. And so anyone that does come out, even if you come out all the way from Raleigh, you're going to get a rare treat. You're going to, I think you'll just be inspired a little bit for the work that we've all been doing. That can be tireless work. It can be unforgiving work. It can be sometimes feeling like you're all alone out there. If you show up tomorrow at Pleasant Grove Community Park, you will not be all alone. You will not feel all alone. You will not leave feeling alone. You will feel like you have a community, you have a family. You've got, I think some of our musicians are coming all the way from up North Virginia, and then some are coming all the way down south from Lumbee and Tuscarora territory. So we got people traveling large.
Kay wants us to show the video.
Which video is that?
It's our video. The one,
Which one?
Hold on. I'm going to try to share my screen, you guys.
We have time for that? We got 4 minutes.
We have 4 minutes. The video is not that long.
Okay.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen, you guys. I didn't mean to cut you off, Jay.
Is that the one Kay wants?
Mhm.
Now we remember?
Yes. I've got to get my
Ask if everyone can see it.
Can everybody see my screen? Elle, just give me a thumbs up. Okay. Here. When you're organizing for a movement and you're just one person, it can become tiring and taxing and problematic. But when you're organizing and you're educating people, you're building a team to help them understand the real issue of the problem. It's like one arrow. It can become broken, tattered, torn. But when you have a bundle of arrows, that's very difficult to break. And so that's what I want to build, is a collective of
arrows. We're going to be a bundle of arrows so that we can stand strong and organize together. And then when we have to call upon each other in a community, we don't have to relationship build, because right now a lot of this is building relationship. I want people to understand that I'm here, you can trust me, and I'm going to make this as important in my life as it is in your life.
We want to leave a lasting solidarity and unity between, the community that has risen up to do this one action and future actions on this pipeline. But once these companies see that we have a community that's strong between West Virginia and North Carolina, and if they go somewhere, neighboring, we will jump in and help those folks too. But if they see that we've come together and that we don't care if we have different thoughts about things, different politics, different beliefs, different colors, different genders, but we all agree on this one thing, that we deserve consultation and consent. And when we say no, it's no. They will handle us a lot differently. Let this be our strategy of coming together. Let this be our strategy. Children, women, men, elders, creator, community protected inside. They can't beat it, folks. We just haven't practiced it. They thought they taught us to forget how.
Okay, so let me stop sharing my screen.
Are we almost to the minute?
We are.
That's good timing there, man. You can't even plan that good.
Yeah. Okay. So do you guys see the video?
You got them all muted.
Wow. Somebody give me a thumbs up. Okay, yeah, John saw it. So okay, great. Sorry. So thank you guys so much for listening to Elle. Thank you so much for doing that presentation. Now we have Dr. Ryan Emanuel. He is a really awesome person. I met him about 3 years ago with Miss Donna Chavis at the Haw River State Park. And Ryan just continues to amaze me. I was bugging him then about MVP, and now here I am bugging him again. And so he's going to talk to us about pipelines and how they affect Indigenous people. So take it away, Dr. Emanuel.
Thanks, Crystal and Jason. It's good to see you all. See lots of familiar faces and some new folks too. I'm going to try to do a screen share here.
I made you a co-host. Let me know if you got it.
I got it. So those of you who have seen me talk before are probably sick of this picture. I'm not sick of it. I love it. People love it, and I do too. But I put it up here to center myself and to remind me where I'm from. This is the Lumbee River. You can see that beautiful black water there coming right at the screen, and some really knobby bald cypress knees coming up in the foreground. And those are the organs of the bald cypress tree that cover the floodplains down east, and remind us that even though that's dry land, it's oftentimes wet. I've got some old thoughts and new thoughts about pipelines and environmental justice and Native peoples, and I want to use them as a conversation starter today. I want to spend some of our time talking about definitions and ideas. But what I really want to do is move into a space where we can talk a little bit about questions and clarifications. And, I'm not as knowledgeable about the Mountain Valley Pipeline and the Southgate extension as I was about the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. But I think we learned a lot of lessons with that project that may translate well into this fight today. So I'm going to first give you some background information on the topics that you see here on the screen, and then we'll move into some questions. First, a little bit about environmental justice. This is a term that we use a lot today, especially in fights against pipelines. It refers to a social movement, and that's a movement that has its roots right here in North Carolina. It's also a field of academic study. You can go to universities today and you can find scholars of environmental justice in the social sciences. But it also refers to an area of public policy. And this last area is where I tend to work and what I want to talk a little bit about today in terms of definitions. In the US, the Environmental Protection Agency has an important role in setting the bounds for what is environmental justice within the purview of the federal government. Generally, most of us know this, the EPA defines environmental justice as the fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people in decision-making about fossil fuel pipelines, landfills, chemical plants, and any other kind of hazardous or polluting infrastructure that requires some kind of input, permitting, or funding by the federal government. For more than 25 years, federal agencies have had a mandate to ensure that environmental justice is incorporated into their decision-making. And this extends to a 1994 presidential executive order by Bill Clinton. And that executive order required that all federal agencies identify and address the disproportionately high and adverse impacts of their environmental activities on low income and racially marginalized people. So the idea behind this is that low income and racially marginalized people have long shouldered an oversized burden to pollution. And it's past time to alleviate that burden, or at least it's past time to give these communities power and agency in the process of how we decide where to put harmful and polluting infrastructure. Now, this sounds great. It's a great mandate, but one problem is that the policies derived from that executive order don't give precise definitions for all the terms that are used. Different federal agencies use different definitions and methods for determining racial and economic disproportionalities, for example. And agencies have different ideas of what it means to identify and address these disparities. So in the absence of precise definitions, agencies in the federal government are often left to decide for themselves how best to implement this executive order. And when it comes down to it, some agencies, frankly, do a better job than others of carrying out the mission of this federal policy to ensure environmental justice. Now, the federal government does offer some guidance and best practices for their agencies when they implement environmental justice policy. But at the end of the day, the courts have said that different agencies in the federal government can evaluate environmental justice using any reasonable method that they wish when they're conducting their environmental reviews for permitting and other activities. It's not quite a free-for-all because there are certainly opportunities to call agencies to account for using unreasonable methods. That is sometimes done in law using the Administrative Policies and Procedures Act. That's not my field, but I know that those two things are sometimes linked. But this is a far cry from the kind of precision that we see around policies for things like streams and wetlands and how they're regulated in the United States. So take, for example, wetland regulation in the US. There's a very detailed protocol for identifying wetlands that might be protected under the Federal Clean Water Act and for holding people accountable for impacts to those wetlands. So the protocol is laid out in field manuals and other guidance documents, and people spend months or years training to be able to identify and assess wetlands and things that impact them. Failure to follow those instructions could result in serious penalties for people who drain or fill wetlands. And all of this protocol is aimed at ensuring that we as a country don't continue to destroy wetlands at the pace that we once did. On the other hand, in spite of this 1994 executive order that focuses on environmental justice, there is no similarly strict protocol for ensuring that we as a country don't continue to saddle poor and minority communities with harmful or polluting infrastructure. I hold those two concepts in juxtaposition, our stream and wetland policies and our environmental justice policies, to highlight the differences in the way that we implement those in the United States. One's held to very strict standards, the other is fairly lax. In a study published this past summer, some colleagues and I showed that in the United States, natural gas pipelines actually do impact poor and minority communities more severely than they impact wealthier and wider communities. So this map is from the study that we publish. National Geographic made a much better map of this than what we originally published, but this is our original version right here that shows social vulnerability, which is a metric that's created by the CDC to track how vulnerable specific communities are to natural disasters, diseases, any other kind of disruption to life and community vitality. And so the colors that you see here are on a county by county basis, how vulnerable communities are across the United States, where yellow and orange counties are more vulnerable than the blue and teal colored counties. And then in brown, you see the distribution of natural gas transmission and gathering pipelines in the United States. Note, these aren't your little pipelines that run under the sidewalk and deliver gas to homes and businesses. These are the gigantic pipelines that transport gas across regions or the entire country, like the Mountain Valley Pipeline, for example. And so what you see, if you look at the graph on the right-hand side, there is a trend as vulnerability increases, the density of pipelines in those counties also increases. In that paper, we propose one reason for this relationship might be the fact that environmental justice policy is not as stringent as policy around things like wetland protection. So in other words, we shouldn't expect lenient policies to change an otherwise undesirable situation. And make no mistake, I do consider this an undesirable situation. So I don't mean that the remedy should be let's build new pipelines in wealthier, wider communities to even things out. By no means do I think that. For years, scientists have been calling on the global community to curb its use of natural gas and other fossil fuels. So here's a figure from the IPCC in the most recent report that came out and is still coming out just this fall, showing the drastic cuts in greenhouse gas emissions needed to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. So scientifically backed solution would be to turn off these pipelines so that nobody has to shoulder the burden of explosion hazards, health risks from compressor stations or power plants, or the pollution risks from things like fracking that are associated with the extraction of gas from the ground. This is especially true for projects like the Mountain Valley Pipeline. Not only would this project impact people who live along the route or have cultural ties to it, but it also promises to prolong fracking in the Central Appalachian Mountains. And it also promises to prolong our reliance on fossil fuels, which goes against the advice of the scientific community, according to the projections shown here. So I want to, before I turn to discussion, I want to highlight some things that I've heard from proponents of the Mountain Valley Pipeline and similar fossil fuel projects, that what I see are attempts to set up a couple of false arguments or false dichotomies. These are logically flawed arguments that frame a problem as having only two solutions, when in reality, more than two outcomes exist. So the first false dichotomy that I want to raise involves the production and transportation of frack gas. So I've heard proponents of these projects argue that if the pipelines aren't built, then oil and gas will have to be transported by truck or train, and that this alternative is more dangerous or worse for climate. And we heard this exact argument for the Atlantic Coast Pipeline and for the Keystone XL pipeline. And both of those were canceled recently, of course. Yes, of course, trucks and trains are more dangerous and worse for climate, but this assumes that the extra oil and gas is actually going to be produced, even if a pipeline isn't built. And that assumption is not at all certain. It's just as likely that the extra oil and gas is unneeded, which is what proponents of the canceled pipelines argued for many years. The second false dichotomy is a little more subtle, and it involves an attempt to redefine environmental justice. And this is why I started out with a definition of environmental justice, because I would like for all of you to be able to call that definition up and understand it clearly so that you can point out and call out these kinds of false dichotomies when they arise. Instead of defining environmental justice as an attempt to alleviate the oversized burdens on poor and minority communities, proponents of these projects will shift the definition to mean that poor and minority communities get some share of the short-term benefits of harmful and polluting infrastructure. So these benefits could be like a one-time payment for a land easement, a donation to local schools or rescue departments by energy companies, or it could be that you might be allowed to vie for a few jobs that might come along as a side effect of developing this project. I mean, those benefits are certainly appealing to some people, but make no mistake, they don't add up to environmental justice. It's a different topic, especially when they involve arrangements that make people dependent on infrastructure like pipelines that at the end of the day do much more harm than good. So I want all of you to remember when that argument comes up, that it's a distraction from questions of environmental justice, because it's an attempt to conflate the definition of environmental justice with some other form of economic development. I'm not really sure what the intended definition is that they're aiming for, but it's not environmental justice. And so this brings me to the last discussion point and definition, which is the engagement of Native peoples in decisions about projects like the Mountain Valley Pipeline. When federal agencies evaluate environmental or cultural impacts of a pipeline, or really any other project that requires federal permitting, they have to consult with federally recognized tribes who have a present day or ancestral claim to impacted lands or waters. Unlike environmental justice policy, it's really important to note that this is a mandate that's codified in federal treaties and federal law. So it's the law of the land. So the purpose of tribal consultation is to ensure that the environmental and cultural reviews that are conducted by agencies actually contain the views and perspectives of tribal nations about the impacts. And so the idea is that if you don't talk to tribes about the impacts that they perceive and that they face by a project, you can't make good decisions about the full impacts of that project on society. Tribal nations are a part of society. And if you purport to conduct a review of a project and to determine its societal implications, you have to include in that scope the implications to tribal nations. So this is the law of the land, but unfortunately there are dozens of tribal nations across the US that fall through the cracks in this mandate because they lack full federal recognition. Or in the case of my tribe, Lumbee, because we're governed by a federal law from the 1950s. These federally unrecognized tribes are excluded from mandatory consultations with federal agencies, even if the projects impact their sacred lands or territories or their present day communities. There are federal recommendations and best practices that recommend consultation with unrecognized tribes, but it is not mandatory under any federal law. So with that in mind, we now face another subtle tactic or redirection or redefinition by proponents of these projects. Knowing that federally unrecognized tribes aren't covered by consultation mandates, proponents I've seen attempt to frame their side conversations with tribal nations as a form of consultation. Now, these conversations could, in some cases, help proponents to avoid impacting very specific places of significance to tribes. Maybe they'll decide to move a pipeline this way or that way to avoid a sacred site. But more often, these conversations are simply representatives of the pipeline companies attempting to convince people that the economic benefits of the project outweigh the costs. I know this firsthand because I've observed several of these meetings through the years, and this is the basic script that's followed over and over again. And so the risk here is that these side conversations are somehow passed off as being equivalent to consultation with the lead federal agency. That federal agency consultation has the purpose of incorporating tribal perspectives into the review and into the permitting decision. Now, that's a noble aspiration that doesn't always happen, but if you're having a side conversation with a developer or a proponent about a project, there's no guarantee that your views or perspectives will be incorporated into a review or an environmental impact statement that's being prepared by a federal agency. So some tribal nations, regardless of their recognition status, they may agree with proponents. They might feel that the project is in their best interest, but others may not. And they may feel that they've got no say in the matter. And perhaps in this case, it's best to make some kind of arrangement with the company to secure some kind of benefit for their people. This is frankly a regrettable situation, and there are arguments that it is exploitative against Native peoples. So what do we do? For tribal nations, it's important to realize that even if you don't fall into the group of federally recognized tribes, there may be opportunities for you to pursue legal or other claims based on environmental justice. As an example, at the time the Atlantic Coast Pipeline was canceled, there was a pending federal court case that dealt with, among other things, the federal government's environmental justice analysis. There was an allegation that the analysis was so bad that it didn't even qualify as reasonable and should be thrown out or redone. So what this example shows is that Native people shouldn't be afraid to pursue environmental justice claims alongside claims to tribal consultation. Both of these can be fruitful for advancing the priorities of your people. In the end, we all want clean water and safe communities and a healthy environment. And over multi-generational time spans, which is the way that many of our tribal nations think, there's no world in which projects like the Mountain Valley Pipeline help us to achieve these goals. So I try to keep a list of publications and other resources posted on both of these websites. So if you're interested in any of the work on the density of natural gas pipelines or some of the other policy stories around environmental justice and tribal consultation, you can find some primary research articles posted on both, hopefully on both of these two websites. But I'm kind of interested in what questions you all have, and maybe what lessons you have learned through the years, and what kind of things are still outstanding when it comes to these issues of Native peoples and tribal nations in the context of pipelines and projects like Mountain Valley and Mountain Valley Southgate. So Crystal, I don't know if you want to moderate, or if you want me to, or what. Maybe I should open the chat. I teach on Zoom a lot, but I do not do a good job of teaching and monitoring the chat at the same time. So I apologize if you've been asking questions or anything like that in the chat window. I can open it up. Do people have questions or topics that they want to bring up in this general area?
I put one in there.
Okay, let's see what we got.
Hi, Ryan. It's Maple. Yeah, I put about the FPIC, is that working out? And then the UN laws, do those, are those applicable at all? I know those have been hanging around for a couple of years, the questions on those. So how's that going? Over.
Thank you, Maple. And it's good to see you. And
You
thank you
too.
for raising the issue of FPIC. So FPIC is an acronym, free, prior, and informed consent. And it comes directly out of the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. That was passed out of the United Nations in 2007. And the US was one of a handful of holdout nations that did not sign on to that agreement, but we eventually signed on about 10 or 11 years ago. And free, prior, and informed consent is a very different conceptualization of Indigenous engagement from what the US currently practices in terms of tribal consultation. Tribal consultation at best today means that federal agencies listen to the concerns of tribes and articulate those concerns in the official record, whether it's an environmental assessment, an environmental impact statement, or some other document that is produced as a result of environmental review. There's no obligation for federal agencies to follow a course of action that any particular tribal nation may think is best. The UN Declaration calls for something more than that. It calls for consent. And there are specific articles within the Declaration that say natural resources cannot be developed or exploited or transported across Indigenous lands without free, prior, and informed consent. And there are multiple problems today in the way that the US handles not just tribal consultations, but all of its engagements with communities along pipelines, whether or not they're Indigenous communities. We could think about consent as a powerful calling the government to account on these issues. And we don't observe that today. There's no mechanism for obtaining consent from communities. So I have to say, like, the short answer to your question, Maple, or the issue that you rose, is there really has been no progress with free, prior, and informed consent that I'm aware of to date. Yep. And so this is evidenced in the siting of the Buckingham compressor station for the Atlantic Coast Pipeline in the Union Hill community. And a lot of the issues that I raise, Chad, I know that you know about this, the attempts to convince communities that this thing is going to be good and to give money and donations in order to win the support of a community, that can have a very destabilizing impact on people. I know that it had a destabilizing impact on the Lumbee community where I come from, and it's a harmful practice and it's exploitative.
Dr. Emmanuel, are you answering questions?
I'm trying to, yep.
There's one from Desiree. It says, how might the FERC, Office of Public Participation, play a role in correcting these issues, especially regarding FPIC?
Yeah, Desiree, can you clarify, is this the brand new position or is this an existing position within FERC? Because I know that there is a new office or position that was just created in the past months.
Hi, yeah. Can everyone hear me? I was typing because we have some storms coming through and my internet has been a little wacky.
We can hear you.
Can someone give me okay, great. Thanks, Crystal. The Office of Public Participation was something that FERC was mandated to create. I think, I don't remember if someone else can remember, like 20 years. Or I know they were supposed to create it a very long time ago, and it never happened. So finally, they had this mandate from Congress to create this Office of Public Participation, but it just started happening this year, I believe. And they started holding meetings. They held a few meetings specifically that were supposed to be for tribal members and specifically tribal governments. But they were pretty poor attended because no surprise with FERC, they didn't do a lot of engagement to get tribal governments to participate in these virtual sessions for their Office of Public Participation. This was a little ironic. But I just wondered if anyone had on the call had any updates. I have not followed it very closely, but one of the largest concerns of the various tribal communities that did participate was this issue of informed prior consent and the fact that the FERC process is failing these tribal groups. That one, they don't have the resources to even respond. That it's a huge burden, even just having to have like a cultural preservation office within these federally recognized tribes. And then of course the fact that they only consult with federally recognized tribes and not state recognized tribes. So I just was wondering if there was any updates or if the Office of Public Participation was kind of with these recommendations that were being to why the FRIC process of consultation with tribes is so broken.
Thanks,
That's right.
Desiree.
Desiree, I can talk to that just one or two sentences. It's Maple because we fight FERC in one of my groups. But yeah, those were listening sessions they had when they first got that Democratic chairman guy and that other lady came on to FERC, right? So those were listening sessions to just like sort out and let everybody, talk about everything, right? And so those weren't the official start of the OPP. And then like they have a different Office of Environmental Justice that they're supposedly setting up. So they're supposed to have those two separate things happening, but that's about all I know. Thanks.
The Office of Environmental Justice is the newly created position that I was thinking of. And I know the person that is occupying that position from her prior work. And she's been a strong advocate in the NGO world for environmental justice. So it'll be interesting to see, it'll be interesting to see what Montina Cole is going to do in that role.
This is Kate Ferguson. I apologize if this has already been answered because I lost connectivity for a moment. But one thing I have wondered often, and I don't know the proper answers, is this question of documentation of sacred sites or burial sites that are in the paths of these pipelines. I know there is some protocol around the person who would do that has to be either from or sanctioned by the tribe whose sacred site it is. But I don't know who is qualified to ascertain where things are in a way that it's admissible to the whole biased permitting system, or that it would actually help or stop anything, whether there's some work being done to build up a resource of these different archaeologists that might be useful. The thing that I've seen over and over in local communities is everybody knows where these things are, but they're not necessarily officially recognized in any way. And so it becomes your responsibility to identify them, document them. And oftentimes by the time you realize, the pipeline already owns the site and they won't let you on
it. This is a very important, but also a very sensitive topic for exactly the reason that you bring up. And with the tribes that I've interacted with in North Carolina, one of the compounding factors is that we don't have a person in that position who can make that determination. It's usually the tribal historic preservation officer. And because of the recognition status of these tribes, there are no resources available for them to establish a tribal historic preservation office. So that it's a compounding problem. And until these tribes have federal recognition, it's very unlikely that they'll be able to establish these offices and to have the resources to go out and make those determinations. But even so, it can still be a sensitive topic, because those places, while they're often known by a local community, there are cases in which you only know generalities and you don't know the exact location of the site. And there's a lot of consternation and sometimes even shame because we don't know the exact site of where X or Y happened. And we want to save all of it, but we can't. And it's not a reasonable response in the current permitting world to say we want to save all of it because we don't know exactly where this thing is or where it happened. Like as much as I would love for that to be the way that we operate, like you said, in the current the system is currently flawed, and that's an especially wrong answer in the current system.
But until those resources are those recognitions are made and therefore those resources are provided, is there any place to go for experts, qualified experts whose testimony would be of value, even if you just pay for it yourself?
Well, the State Historic Preservation Office is supposed to be the steward of those resources in the absence of a tribal historic preservation office. I don't know the situation in Virginia, but my sense is that in North Carolina, that office is under-resourced. And so you have a similar problem where there is an entity that has the authority to do that, but it's not feasible to send them out in the field to evaluate all of these sites. And what we end up doing is relying on the private contracting work of consultants who work on behalf of the companies. And that ends up giving us statements like all Native Americans were driven out of Eastern North Carolina after the Tuscarora War in 1715, that's a statement that appeared in one of the consulting documents for the Atlantic Coast Pipeline. And it gives you license to ignore any indigenous sites that come after that time.
I don't want to take up too much time, but as an environmental organizer, given that there are not public resources as there should be for this kind of documentation, are there people who are qualified to do it, who could be hired if the funds were raised by an environmental organization or a tribal organization on its own?
I imagine that there are a lot of master's degree holders in archaeology and anthropology who would be qualified to do that work. I know that some of them work in consulting, some of them are working in our state preservation office, historic preservation offices, but that's the general workforce who would occupy those positions.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm just scanning through the chat window. Is there any proposed legislation to provide federal recognition to other tribes? There is a Lumbee recognition bill in this session of Congress. I don't know of any other currently state recognized tribes that are petitioning for federal recognition in North Carolina. at this time. There are a couple of tribes that have inactive administrative petitions before the Bureau of Indian Affairs. I'm not aware of anyone besides Lumbee pursuing the congressional path. I don't know if anyone else on the line knows. So comment in here related to beyond extreme energy. Yes, and John Wagner's point is well taken. Disclosing the location of sacred sites makes them vulnerable to looting. That's a very real problem. And it's been happening for hundreds of years in this part of the world. Diane, I don't know if you want to elaborate, because I don't know what that comment is in response to.
Hi, Ryan. Thank you so much for this. And I'm so pleased you're going to be coming to Duke. I know State is going to really, really miss you, but we're super excited to have you come over here. No, it was when you said that they could just say that there were no Indigenous people. I mean, I know that's been what settler colonialism always wants to say. Oh, it's empty land. We can do whatever we want. You know, there's nobody here to resist us. But to hear you say that someone said that right now or very recently in these official documents is just, it's really bone chilling. And so that's why the WTF exclamation point.
Yeah, there are a lot. I asked you to elaborate because I feel like there are a lot of those moments throughout the story.
Yeah, that was the one that was most like, really today, when you even have like Trump and Biden, you know, acknowledging their Indigenous people and that they should be represented in the federal government, and then people can still say that.
And what happens is, this is not a knock on anthropology or archaeology, because they do very valuable work. But like many of our disciplines, there is a lag time between when the environment in which people are trained in their disciplines and then the many years in which they're practicing in the field. I dug through that report in detail, and all of the citations related to Native peoples in North Carolina were from the 1970s or earlier. And so what it signaled to me is that you have people preparing these reports, who were trained perhaps decades ago, or maybe they were trained more recently by people who were trained decades ago. And that there is a lag in the recognition and realization that our discipline is infused with settler colonialism, and that it's hurting people. So comments about, let's see, can you put the link to the article about the pipelines of vulnerability in the chat? I can, but I will have to stop sharing my screen. I can do that now. So this is an article that was published in a journal called GeoHealth. Let's see if I can find it. And it came out in, I want to say May or June. And it's open access. So if I drop this link in, you can freely read and download and share the paper. So I just dropped the link there to the GeoHealth article. And there's a comment here about the Line 3, Enbridge Line 3 pipeline. And folks, I know that there are water protectors and others who are out at the Minnesota State Capitol today.
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
Ellen, do you want to elaborate?
Oh, okay. Sorry, I saw it on Twitter a while ago, and apparently they had exceeded their time that they were supposed to be there, and they were going to have a ceremony, and I guess the governor ordered the police in, but they didn't do any arrests. And after a while, the police left. So they were celebrating. I don't know what happening right now, but that was just about an hour ago.
Okay. Well, small victories, I guess, are important.
Yeah.
That there are recurring themes in these projects, and line 3 is no different. I know this because the state of Minnesota a few years ago had a tribal liaison specifically for the permitting process for this pipeline, and she was a Lumbee attorney, and ended up quitting very publicly. So this is all reported in the local papers up there, because she perceived that the pipeline developers were exerting unfair influence on her job and her activities, which nominally were aimed at getting input from the tribes and incorporating them into the state of Minnesota's permitting process. Exactly what you would hope to get out of the consultation process. But she felt pressured to pull back and engage less. And those were the reasons that she gave for quitting. So these are very similar concepts that we see repeated over and over again. And, of course, the Dakota Access Pipeline has its own version of this story, but it's definitely something that we can map out across all of these projects in the US and other countries as well. So Karen asked about my book. I spent the last year working at the National Humanities Center in Durham, doing research for and getting started writing a book about environmental justice and Native peoples in Eastern North Carolina. And so I'm hoping to have that manuscript completed by the end of this year, so by the end of December. But then the peer review and editing process is expected to take a year. So right now, I'm hoping that book will be out in the spring of 2023. Y'all can, I see this is being recorded, which means y'all can hold me accountable.
Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Hey, my name is Sarah Hazelgrove, and I've been documenting pipeline injustices now for about 3 years, just a variety of small videos and documentaries and things of that nature. And I was interested when you were first talking about wetlands and the different laws that are in place to help protect wetlands, and then you moved into the environmental justice aspects of the work that you do, and I guess for the most part, why we are all here, which is more environmental justice directed. And I'm wondering, with all the work and the book that you've written, do you see an Achilles heel, so to speak, where the two issues of crossing water and water protectors and the environmental justice movement, where do you see, after studying it for so long and being so specific about your topic, what do you think is, what might be the Achilles heel in all this for us that are fighting and trying to find new ways of getting the word out, trying to change policies and stuff? Do you have any ideas?
So you're asking about an Achilles heel for us, not for the regulators or the developers. That's a really interesting angle. One persistent risk, I would call it a risk or an Achilles heel, is the use of these general permits for water body crossing. And the most high profile, which is the nationwide permit 12, which is the pipeline permit to cross water bodies. And that is a short circuit that allows agencies to skip a lot of the procedural steps that would give environmental justice an opportunity to speak into the conversation. Ensuring environmental justice is a time-consuming process, and that's not an appealing idea to people who are looking to do things fast in order to maximize profit or for whatever reason, right? And so anything that accelerates the process, I think, is an Achilles heel, because as I wrote in a paper last year with David Wilkins, compressing the timeline for permitting perpetuates environmental justice for people who lack access to resources to respond quickly. And we were talking specifically about tribes who are under-resourced, but you can make the same argument for any marginalized community. In order to marshal the resources to respond thoroughly and appropriately to any of these calls for information or input or all of these time-sensitive things that the government says, if you don't respond to this request, within 90 days, you miss your opportunity. Those short windows are always going to be weak points in the search for justice, because until there are resources for people to respond quickly, that those timelines don't match the timelines that we use in our communities.
Do you see a light at the end of the tunnel?
Environmental justice legislation.
Mm-hmm.
I think if we had a federal environmental justice bill to pass, then it would force people to take this seriously. And I've heard, this is an anecdote, of course, it's not a survey, but I've had more than one attorney say that environmental justice is only an executive order, and emphasizing the only. And the subtext there is it's not the law.
Yeah.
And so until it is the law of the land, I think we're at risk.
Okay.
Yep. So Donna put the Justice for All Act in Congress. Harris supported it before running for vice president. That's right.
Okay.
Yes, and Chad Oba and Donna both talk about this idea of environmental justice policy having no teeth. And so the way people address it today is through in roundabout ways, like the Administrative Procedures Act. I don't even know if I have that right, but you have to follow the rules and do things in an organized, systematic way. And if you can demonstrate that environmental justice reviews are done in an arbitrary and capricious way, then that's a roundabout way of putting teeth into environmental justice policy. Another way that I haven't seen successful, but I know people have petitioned before, are through Title VI. Help me, Donna, if that's incorrect. Title VI civil rights complaints to the Environmental Protection Agency. And that is roundabout because it relies on bringing cases against state agencies, because state agencies receive federal funding and therefore can't discriminate on the basis of race, sex, etc.
It was great, Dr. Emanuel. Thank you so much for doing this.
Yeah, I've really enjoyed the discussion. I'm glad that folks are engaged on the call and have lots of great ideas and great questions.
Very good. So thank you so much. So everybody, we have about 9 minutes to our next workshop begins. So if you guys want to take a break, get some water, go to the restroom, just let me know. But thank you so much, Dr. This was great. I love to hear you talk And thank you so much, Donna, for being on here. I appreciate you guys' support. So thank you so much. So we'll take a break and then we'll get started again.
Thank you all so much. I appreciate you, and I'm grateful for the work that you all are doing. Thanks.
So everybody stay tuned. We'll be back in 8 minutes. And Sarah, I love your hair. Your hair looks great. I can't read lips. You're on mute.
Sorry, I'm muted. I wanted to find out if Dr. Emanuel would be somebody that I could reach out to when I'm for interviewing for this next documentary that I'm working on. It would be wonderful to get a real expert in the field to be able to explain things that still kind of evade me when I'm trying to find a way to make it make sense to people that have no idea what we're fighting.
I can ask him and pass along your contact information to him, and if he's available, he'll reach out.
Okay, I think he responded to giving me his email address, so that's fantastic. I will reach out to him, and I wanted to thank you, sweetie, for sending me the recording machine. Thank you, my dear.
You're welcome. I'm so glad it got there.
And I'm so sorry for. Do we have other people on that are listening to us? I don't want to make.
We have 23 other people.
Okay,
we got 23 other people, and I wanted you to introduce who's coming up next so that we don't start dropping. We went from 32 to 23, and I'm not sure that they understand the level of speakers that are coming up next. So you want to introduce who's coming up next, sweetheart?
Yeah, let me put my camera back on. Hold on 1 second. So we do have Joseph Hernandez. And so I met Joseph at Chaco Canyon when we did our Red Road to DC. And when we were out there at Chaco Canyon, we stayed in, Jason, where did we stay at? In New Mexico, but I can't remember the town. I can't remember the town, but it was an hour away. And we had to pass all of these pueblos and places to get to Chaco Canyon. And when we got there, we had passed by several gas and oil industry pipelines, just out in the middle of this territory, Dene territory. And when we got there, we were talking about how important Chaco Canyon is. And when Joseph got up, he's part of the Native American New Mexico Voter Education Project. And he was talking about fracking in his community. And, I was not aware of how the reservation exists. And he was telling me that they are like checkerboard in their, I guess, how they hold land. So it's just broken up. And so he had just recently gotten a piece of his family's land inherited to him because he had some death in his family. And then he just started talking about fracking and how it was just horrible in the community. And if I could find my notes, I had taken really good notes about this. But Jay, do you remember anything? I'm sorry, my notes are like missing.
We stayed in Farmington. Is that what you're talking about?
That's all right. We did stay in Farmington.
Well, the funny story is that we could have stayed in Albuquerque, which was equally close. They scheduled us to stay in Farmington because they knew we would drive through the reservation and see the level of dilapidation and destruction from the one tribe that's actually being exploited and receives none of the cost benefit. So they were saying that the federal gets the first financial benefit, then the state, then the county, then the outlining American soil towns, and the actual reservation that's the fracking is happening to the people get 0% of the profit. So you saw this town that looked like literally a bomb had been blown off in it. And we drove through that and then ended up in Farmington, which was a few stages above that on American soil. Still real ghetto, a lot of homeless, a lot of energy company buildings there, and not a whole lot of love and care to the town itself. And remember, we went out trying to get food, and we were like so positive energy from the totem journey that all these people that were working in these small shops were like, you know, just like on one last prayer, you know, one last check, you know, one last thing to get them by. And we were trying to elevate a little bit of what we were getting from the journey. But anyway, that was Farmington. And I'm pretty sure the organizers detoured us in Farmington just so that our caravan would have to see that reservation condition, because we could have been in Albuquerque and never saw it and just had a little privileged experience of the Chaco Canyon resistance and fight.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, Jason, you're right. Just pretty sad. Jay, I'm gonna step away for a little bit.
You only have 2 minutes, sweetheart.
Yeah, I have to get our next presenter on.
Okay. Hey, Sarah, how you doing? How was Michigan?
Precious, I'm up here right now. I got up here the night before last, very late, and I'm still kind of travel lag, which you and Crystal are very familiar with. How are you doing, Precious? I'm so sorry about all the losses that you all have suffered. That's what I wanted to say, and I guess I can say that publicly, but I'm just thinking about you guys. It's too many strikes in the heart.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I understand you about that travel log. Yeah, I'm still recovering from the red road to DC. But
I can imagine.
We have our next speaker up, Joseph. I gave a little introduction of how I met you to everybody on the workshop here. So everybody, this is Joseph. He's really awesome. He is very passionate. And I really enjoyed what he spoke about when we were at Chaco. So with no further ado, Joseph.
Thank you, Crystal, and thank you again for this invitation. And just again, appreciate everybody being here today. Again, my name is Joseph Hernandez. I'm going to introduce myself in my traditional way. Klogan nishle na ke bashichi ashin teteche e na ke deshanele. I am from the community of Shiprock, New Mexico, which is in the Northwest region. And I am the Dene Energy Organizer for NEVA Education Project. And I focus on, again, I do a lot of energy work in the region, specifically on Navajo portion of here in the state of New Mexico. Okay. And a little bit about my organization. You know, our history as an organization here in the region was that Native Education Project, NM Native Vote, which is our sister organization. On the C4 side, I work on the C3 side. We were born out of the work to protect a sacred site, and that's the petroglyphs national monument located in Albuquerque, New Mexico. again, we as we sought to protect these sites, we became deeply involved in the smart growth debate, which led us to learn an immense amount of about taxes, bonds, infrastructure, growth and development, and its impact on the natural resources. As many cities around the country, we witness, the stranglehold that the developers, had on the political leadership. And with that, we definitely saw a need to recruit members and also allies in the city, and also within like city council, in the legislative body, and get public involvement, especially at meetings, to help testify on key policies. So again, after several wins and losses, a NAVA education project eventually, again, we lost that battle to stop the development of two major freeways through the petroglyphs. But although, we lost that battle, it gave a rise to our work as a NAVA education project and NM Native Vote. So I'm just really glad and excited to be doing the work that I'm doing, especially having to keep that momentum going, and working again to build that civic engagement work, and also with my work on the education side, just informing our communities, our Pueblo, or because we have tribes, nations, and pueblos here in New Mexico, and so especially in our urban communities as well, the Native voices. But so that's the organization I am so blessed to have come across and meet Crystal Cavalier, the opportunity to highlight the issues in the region. I really appreciate that, and it's important because again, although I live not in the oil and gas industry, which is primarily in Eastern Agency of the Navajo Nation, my family and we have allotments that are held over there where there is oil and gas production being done all around the region in Eastern Agency. And so and that's where I want to bring up this topic, because it definitely was we knew that industry was working in this, there as the education portion of this to the community level, it's being done by a lot of organizations, but there's there's no, the industry itself isn't bringing up a lot of these issues that we're facing, when it comes to the issue of fracking. And so I am going to transition to that topic. And so first off, the Four Corners region, if under President Nixon, so back in the early 1960s, or around 1963, there was a national energy strategy proposed under President Nixon, and this was called Project Independence. And what that pushed forward was federal policy to look at ways to take off, to put more money in projects in different areas of the United States. And one of those areas that they sought to to uh, provide or to do resource extraction at all levels, was in the Four Corners region, because again, we have abundant supply of uranium, of natural gas, of coal reserves. And so at that time, they went in and they started to uh, do different types of energy development, and this became known as as all of these industries started to come in and just really destroying our land, and this became known as a national sacrifice zone. And to this day, that moniker sticks, to it, because of the amount of energy development that has occurred in the region. And it is prevalent when you do come through here. You could see a lot of those industries that have, either bankrupt or just left their, their equipment there. And so we're, as community members, we grew up living with this threat, and so I really do, uh, you know, didn't really understand what it meant to, when people kept referring it as, or when I kept hearing the sacrifice zone, until later on, the health disparities that we were dealing with before COVID. This was before COVID. The amount of children in youth that shouldn't be sick are getting sick. And so around 2014, NASA scientists we're looking through a special lens down at the United States, and through that lens, they saw a hotspot, what was referred to as a methane hotspot, and this hotspot was identified to be the size of the state of Delaware. And again, it was, and that's where this whole issue got raised up in about when we talk about the industry itself, what has been occurring because of this development. Now, methane is only one of the methane, as you know, is a major component of natural gas development, and so it's one of the serious greenhouse gases. In addition to methane, there's also other what we call volatile organic compounds, that are also involved, that do get released either unintentionally or intentionally, by industry practice. Again, when these what we call VOCs, the volatile organic compounds, when they mix with the sunlight, that's what creates the ozone, and what is also a big issue globally, because you're no longer talking about the community, but you're now talking about an issue at a macro level. This is concerns of numerous communities. And um, so the production, so production of oil and gas specifically, oil over here at its height, of production of oil and gas in the San Juan region. You had over, I want to, well, what we're dealing with right now are over 40,000 existing oil and gas wells, and especially um, through the process of horizontal drilling. That's something that has even occurred even much more, where federal land, they had already like leased close to 80 to 90% of that land already to for oil and gas industry. um, uh, oil alone, um, it takes about 3 barrels of fresh water to produce 1 barrel of oil. So just keep that in mind. And and what you see behind me, well, actually, with the production of like barrels of oil, you have also what's called wastewater, or what I like to refer it to as toxic, water, or radioactive water. That's really what it is, because once that wastewater, that radioactive water, there's really nothing much that you can do to um, what repurpose it. And that's what you have industry proposing, is to repurpose that wastewater from the from the fracturing of the fracturing process. And again, this is toxic water that has these heavy metals, and they're that's also radioactive as well. So and I think later on there's another speaker who will talk more about that wastewater, because there has been numerous incidents here in the region where spills have occurred. And that language alone, that wastewater spills should be illegal. That language recently came up for debate, and we were able to successfully advocate to make sure that spills of this wastewater is illegal. And that decision was a big victory for us, just to get that language there. Again, industry is working hard to make it sound like they're doing efforts to do good out of this. They're calling it like recycled water, and it makes it look good, but the reality is that they're still taking the resources out of the ground, and they're still polluting our communities. Not too far from where, again, my family has an allotment near the Chaco region. I've taken numerous trips in that area where I have had physically experienced the impact of the production. Where I've came, have had the sensation in my mouth of numbness, or the taste, and also the headaches, and it just happens to be just the direction of the wind blowing, and the other issue I have heard from community members is just the noise of the industry, the round the clock noise, the noise of the heavy truck traffic, the noise of the machines that are used at these sites. These sites, again, are located, the oil and gas industry wells are in close proximity to residential communities, even schools, So there is that need to put in, that safety barrier between the production and communities. Whereas if you go to off the reservation and in other rural communities, you'll find a significant difference. You'll see that in those communities, they put sound barriers up. They take extra precaution to make sure that that the site is secured. But yeah, there's definitely an inequity when it comes to that. But again, this is a issue that we have been dealing with, and it has only with the issue that what we're dealing with like through COVID really exposed a lot of what we are already know about, and that's that these pre-existing conditions that we have are makes us a lot more susceptible to to diseases like COVID. And so in addition, there's I've also heard in other community meetings about the smell of rotten eggs. And that smell of rotten eggs comes from what the release of hydrogen sulfide. So that's also another dirty, a byproduct of it. Then in the community that I live at, we have another area fracking isn't just with oil and gas, it's also in different industries. So they also do fracking in my community where we have helium production, because there's a helium, there's a large deposit of helium in my own community near Shiprock. And just south of Shiprock are the helium wells. And that's where a lot of community members have also been harmed by, numerous issues, such as the release of H2S, which did occur at one site. But yeah, it definitely, this is a issue that is starting to worse. We're moving forward in a direction to think about, what a transition means, for the community, because we're dependent on these on the industry, and having federal policy today talk about transition, or talk about helping impacted communities, policies such as the 40 by 40, or all these other really great policies. I think it would be, there's a lot of important work ahead, for us to make sure that, number one is that we capture the methane, that I think that's most important first, because the production is going to continue to go on. And it's just that what we want to do is make sure that these leaks are stopped, that these well sites are monitored and inspected, you know, and that we're asking for the federal government not to approve any more leases. You know, we're pushing pressure on our state government to think about ways that we can diversify our economy and not be so dependent on the money from this industry. And so there's a lot of good ideas that are going around, and again, looking forward to the work ahead. And yeah, this has just been amazing, and I'm really glad Crystal came to the community and saw firsthand the impact that it has on us. So I'll stop there, Crystal. If
Yeah. So that was really good. And you know, when you were talking about, do you want to talk? Can you talk a little bit about carbon? Remember the comment you were making about, was it carbon offsets, carbon pricing?
a carbon capture.
Yeah, carbon capture. There we go. That's what I wanted.
Yes. So carbon capture is another project that is being proposed in the Four Corners region at the San Juan Generating Station, which is, there's 2 coal burning power plants, and San Juan Generating Station is already set for closure next year in June of 2022. However, one of the owners of the power plant wants to continue its operation through the use of carbon capture technology. And what they are proposing is to, how they're wanting to make it viable is to use 2 different methods. And the first one is carbon capture and storage, where they want to sequester the carbon dioxide to and put it in the ground where we live, you know, literally where we live at, you know, and they're saying that that when they put it into that rock formation, that it won't leak out for at least 1,000 years. That's what they're telling us. But you know, and again, how are they going to get it to that injection site? Is through a pipeline. So they want to build a pipeline. I want to say less than 10 miles for that injection site. And what they're going through right now is they're seeking approval, or they're starting the process for the permitting of 11 injection sites for that CCS project. So the other method is called carbon capture and utilization, CCUS. Now, they want to deliver the carbon dioxide 20 miles away from the power plant to the Cortez pipeline. And they're also starting that process, you know, to build that pipeline, which again, you're talking about different approvals that's going to be needed. Then once their idea is to send that carbon dioxide 300 miles to the south to the Permian Basin, which is, we live in the San Juan Basin. The Permian Basin is in southern New Mexico, and the oil fields over there, they're wanting to use the carbon dioxide for what's called enhanced oil recovery, EOR. And so, you know, they won't even, the company, which is, the company's called Enchant Energy, which is behind this carbon capture project. They won't release, like, if they even have customers who will buy, you know, the carbon dioxide, or even like what with the CC, with the carbon capture and storage projects, they're relying on tax on a tax credit called the 45Q tax credit, which was already passed from the previous administration. And initially, with this whole carbon, what they're calling a carbon capture island, what they had initially told the community was that we are already getting so this, they're saying that this project would, initially they said that this project would cost 1.3 billion. Later on they went to 1.4 billion, and now they're saying it's going to cost 1.5 billion dollars, and that the money would be put up first by investors in Wall Street would put up this money. But now they're changing that, and they're saying that they're wanting to go after federal money or tax money through the Department of Energy and Department of Agriculture. So and so what we brought up was that if they're going to go after federal money, then we want an EIS. We want to make sure that there's community consultation involved with this. And so we that started, and so yeah, they're now saying that should this project go through, this would be the largest carbon capture project in the world. You know, there's only two other existing carbon capture facilities. The Boundary Dam in Saskatchewan, Canada, is a 200 megawatt facility, and then the Petra Nova in Houston, Texas, is another. Actually got mothballed, and the project, you know, was like too expensive. So there was another carbon capture project out in Mississippi called the Kempler power plant, Kempler County power plant project. So what happened over there was they went through with it. They went through with building a carbon capture facility. They went over budget and they didn't meet any of their timelines. And so the project over there, I want to say it went up to something like $5 to $6 billion. It costed much more money. And what they found out once they completed the project, they did not even achieve capture. Like they were wanting to get like 90% capture. They did not even meet that at all. I'm not sure what the capture rate was over there, but what they're promising over here is about 90% capture is what they're promising. And again, this technology is just, you know, it's a false solution. It's a false solution for the community, where they're wanting to tell us or bring money into the community for this project. They want to bring in $1 billion into my community, when my neighbors, when people in my community don't even have running water, don't even have access to electricity, and yet they want to spend billions of dollars for this project. You know, that's you know, the priorities are different, you know. And so yeah, I definitely am glad, Crystal, for bringing this up, because this is another project that I'm working on, and we're making, yeah, I definitely would like to keep you guys informed on the progress. Thank you. And if there's any questions.
So thank you so much. That's very informative. Because I had never heard about that until you brought it up out in Chaco. So does anybody have any questions for Joseph? Let me go back and look in the chat. Or you guys can unmute yourselves.
I do. Hi, Joseph. Thank you. I applied for a job in Shiprock for teaching. I lived in Tucson, but I got around, you know, I wanted to live, but I love that rock. You can see it from jets, airplanes way up high. But I'm wondering, like, how can you even fit 45,000 wells? It must be go way out into the outer or outskirts of the area. That's insane. And does your area include Jimenez? Because next to Albuquerque has such a beautiful red rock. Is it? It begins with. Yeah, it was so. I drove through there. Beautiful red rock there, and I think I saw the petroglyphs. I went to a lot of parks all over the place. But so your land, your is it reservation, and it goes way outside of the oil and gas, bad area, right?
Yes.
Because that's a lot of wells. I mean, where are they?
They're everywhere. Yes, they are everywhere. And if you where Crystal went at, you know, if you look from the air, they literally look like it's amazing. I just seeing how like you could see all those dots, you know, there's a bunch of dots everywhere. Yes, and this is my community. Oops.
That's beautiful.
And that's a rock that supposedly the creator hangs out or something, right? There's a story about the rock, and it's a special place, and they don't let everybody go there now, right?
That's correct. That's our church. You know, that's our sacred site. You know, and that's sacred to us as part of our creation story as Dene, as Navajo people.
Very good. Thank you. Any other questions?
I got one more. Like, what do you have for an ask? Is there any kind of like, petitions don't always do that much, but something, do you have something in the works to fight all this? I know it's hard, but do you have anything yet?
Yes. There's a lot to ask for, but this carbon capture funding, they're going to be going to the federal government, asking for more money, asking for and I'm talking about like the company and and the partners that they have are going to want extensions. They're going to want to keep the power plant open when the reality is that, we have to take advantage of money that's available through for coal impacted communities. So I would say it would be the letting your congressional members know that this carbon capture technology, there shouldn't be money going to it when we should be talking about a regenerative and renewable energy economy. That's what we should be focused more on. Thank you.
Jay, I saw you had taken yourself off mute. Did you have a question or comment?
It's really, it's kind of hard to ask a question or even comment with the truth that you've expressed. You're talking about all the way back to Nixon, basically labeling the four corners of Colorado, Utah, New Mexico, and Arizona a sacrifice territory. I personally want these kind of stories to go national, because I guarantee you, Joseph, they do not. Crystal and I have been in this work for years, and locally, and then even with other fights, DAPL in line 3 and line 5. and we did not know the extensive bullying that these companies have put the Dene people through. You know, when it was either you or one of your fellow organizers that said, we don't just have gas or oil, we have uranium, you know, helium, we like you name it. If there's a dirty thing in the ground, they want it from our area. And then we see like all these compassionate stories, like the federal government, you know, shed a tear for the Navajo people, and I don't believe it. If you're gonna tell me that you've been bullying somebody since Nixon, you can't shed a tear now and tell me that you care. You know, if you're gonna tell me that you knew that these children are having lung functions, dysfunctions, brain dysfunctions, cancers, and you know that these folks don't have electricity and water, I don't really want to hear a compassionate oil story about a solution within the same industry. You know what I mean? So I guess I'm with you, Joseph. I just want your voice to be elevated to a more national platform. I mean, this is what we're starting here. You know, we're letting your voice is now touching the East Coast, but I want this to touch, you know, east to west, north to south. I mean, it's just gotten ridiculous, and I'm glad you're doing the work you're doing. And if you need any help from Crystal and I, like I said, we got a lot of stuff locally, but we all also have gone around nationally to help other nations with their struggles. And I was with Crystal on security when we drove through Shiprock, so I do know. I saw the visual impact even before we stepped out the car to meet somebody personally. You could just see the buildings and the companies and the devastation. So anyway, I guess that wasn't a question, but I just had to get it off my chest.
Oh, thanks, Jay.
Thank you.
Joseph, so yeah, thank you so much. You know, even though we're, you know, you're in Dene, like 2 hours behind us, we're here on the East Coast. We're very similar in our communities, our tribal communities, experiencing these horrible corporations and destruction of the land and the water. And I appreciate you coming on here to speak. And if there's no other questions, we'll just take a little bit of break before we go to Guy, who's going to be talking about the rights of nature. And then after Guy, we'll have Mario, who will be talking about, I believe, the health effects of fracking.
So is this an actual 20-minute break, sweetheart?
I believe so. It's going to be a 20-minute break. So you guys leave your computers on, but we'll be here and you're welcome to stay.
So I think if you guys got 20 minutes, this is time to go make a sandwich, you know, boil some hot water for some tea. Take care of, like we said on the totem pole journey, give your best to your breaks.
Thank you, Joseph. It was really cool to see you and hear you. You had a lot of details on the CCS that I didn't know about, so I wrote them down. Thank you.
Yes, you're welcome. Thank you, guys. And yes, please take your breaks, and we'll be seeing more of this. I think this is just the beginning.
That's right. It's just the beginning. So thank you so much, Joseph. We're going to have you come back.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you, guys. All righty. We'll see you.
Are you getting off, Sarah? I can't hear you. You're muted, but you're saying some great stuff. It's almost like that card game where I got to guess.
That's
What is that
right.
called?
Here are my cards. I've got all hearts. I really enjoyed listening to him. I wish I could stay on for everything, but unfortunately I have to leave now. So I'd like to circle back and.
We understand. This is all live, so you can always go back. This is all recorded,
I'll do my
so you
best.
can always look back.
Okay, good. All right. I'd love to catch up with you guys when you have a moment. I'll be back down in Virginia around the 8th of September.
Well, good. You'll be back in time for the 17th.
The 17th, which is?
Well, we don't know, but that's when we think they're going to have that meeting.
Okay. Well, unfortunately, my September schedule for other work is kind of piling up. And so I may not be physically anywhere, but in spirit, I will. I'm trying to do a lot of documenting of what's going on Bent Mountain. But if you all can carve out some time for me, I'd really like to talk to you about this next documentary. I've been sort of pushed a direction I've been sort of led to how to the best way, and getting people like Dr. Emmanuel and Joseph to make it more kind of national rather than just our little fight, or not a little fight, our community. It's not a little fight, it's a huge fight, but you know what I'm saying? I want to, what you were saying about expanding it and trying
it sounds like you want to explain that this is going on everywhere, and they're making it sound like it's going on here, there, and the next place when it's every single place, right?
And in some cases, more devastating than others. And to listen, because you hear about the carbon capturing as something really great in a way, they're going to use that to offset, the carbon emissions. I'm like, and when I heard that guy, I don't remember, it was like an NPR thing, and I need to go find that piece when this face was saying that to me. I was like, you got to be kidding me. You're going to like all gung-ho for oil and gas because we're going to offset all this stuff by carbon capturing. And I was like, forget it. And then when I heard what Joseph said, I was like, I'm going to New Mexico. I want to go see this place.
Yeah, it's BS.
It is.
It's BS. They want you to think that they have a compassionate strategy so they can do 20 to 50 to 100 more years of killing folks. And we knew 20 to 40 to 50 years behind us that they were killing folks.
Yeah. It's just insane.
The time is now. It's
Yeah. They want to
so
fund
all of a sudden they got this. Go ahead. They want to what?
Yeah. They want to fund that stuff, and they're figuring that all out in the next few weeks for the stupid infrastructure bill. And they want to put a lot of that CCS crap in there. We are having a big, you're going, Jason, to DC on October 11th.
Oh, the October
But
thing?
that CCS shit's coming right around the corner. It's really bad.
Yeah, it's really bad. And I'm going to be like the loudest rooster and 5 o'clock in the morning on this stuff.
Yeah, like Congress needs the stories is what I'm saying. Like I know Sarah makes the movies, I guess, because there's not enough people, testifying against. It's all the lobbyists, of course, right? Making their case, including Bill Gates. I wrote in the chat, Bill Gates loves this.
Yeah, so we need to need to fly like Joseph out there who lives in Shiprock. Bring Ryan Emanuel, who's an actual scientist that tells the truth, that doesn't have his science paid for by a corporation.
And they used to have congressional hearings. Like, I love Ralph Nader, right? They used to have big hearings about stuff, and now it's just these little committees, and now they're all like online little YouTube things, and no one's even listening. You know what I mean? And then there's one or two. It's not enough being out in public of all how bad and good all these different things are. It's not.
We gotta be there at Congress when they're talking about it, because they got some squeaky wheels. They got some young bench in there that's, like if we say something and they try to shut us down, you got an AOC or somebody that'll be like, wait a minute, we never get to hear this side of the story, you know.
And Colin Reese and Oil Change International. I'm in BXC. We've had a lot of letters since October pushing Biden's ass. Excuse me. But they kind of listen. They pretend that's the progressive. Oh yeah, they'll say stuff, but then look who's really behind it and who's going to maybe win. Our voices aren't big enough, but they kind of pretend to listen.
Maple and Jason, you've mentioned 2 dates. Unfortunately, my mother's turning 90 years old we're celebrating her birthday and my granddaughter's christening on the weekend of the 8th, 9th, and 10th. Is that when that's going to happen in Washington?
Right after that, Monday the 11th is the Indigenous Day, and then it's all week, different topics on the different days. So
it's starting out with Indigenous Peoples Day, and then it's going for 5 days.
Well, that I could do. I just can't do it that. I may not be able to do it in all of it, but depending on when my son and his wife and the baby leave. But
try to be there Indigenous Peoples Day, because that's when you're going to see all the different nations with all the different struggles kicking it off.
And they do have a day for false solutions is one of the days. Each day is kind of like a different topic. And then the youth is on Friday. So yeah, there's space for all of that. But I put it in the chat, but if you give your email or whatever, or Jason
Crystal said that's in October, Sarah, just so you know.
Yeah. Maple, where do you live?
I'm in Chapel Hill. There's a new link. They just came out with a website for this fossil fuels, people versus fossil fuels. It's the group Build Back Fossil Free, and they've named this event People versus Fossil Fuels. But I'm in Chapel Hill.
I think the more that I can get more of this type of stuff, Maple, I'm going to send you a direct message of my email address.
Okay. All right. I'll put you. Okay, great.
Yeah, any of that kind of stuff. I was very impressed with both men for very different reasons. Ryan Emanuel, wow.
I know.
He reminded me a little bit of Obama, like a scientific Obama. I was like, he's so clear speaking.
Yeah.
He knows his stuff so well. It was just like,
He teaches, yeah.
Yeah, that we need a teacher to help direct the people when it's just so big. I have such a hard time of reining it all in, but this next one I get to do a full length. It could be an hour, it could be an hour plus. Yeah, this one is going to be my swan song. Hopefully I stay alive. I don't mean it that way, but anyway, it's great to meet you, and maybe we can get together. If I sent an email to Dr. Emanuel and told him I'd like to come down and potentially interview him. And if you're nearby, would love to stop and visit with you.
Okay.
I hope in your work you can keep addressing the carbon capture, because the funding goes straight back to the oil and gas industries. They want to build pipelines all across the country to capture the CO2 and
all over the world. Joe Manchin just talked with the president of the miners, and they're like, oh yeah, this is what the mining that are closed, all the fossil fuel workers can do this, make CCS all over the world. We're going to be supplying CCS for the freaking globe. This is our new job as fossil fuel workers. This will be great. And they say, we're going to save the planet from carbon. This is their new angle. It's
the oil and gas industry has done such a good job of that, and they're going to continue.
Yeah.
Well, that's because they'll get more funding. I mean, it's just the whole thing is like so incestuous in the worst
So
way.
instead of fossil fuel subsidies to pollute, now we'll pay them to pretend like they're sucking it up, and they actually pollute while they're sucking up. I mean, it's bogus. It's a false salute. It's terrible. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Sarah. Thank you.
Who are you? Oh, there you are. Hey, Lib.
Johnny Maple and I are in North Carolina. We would love to have you come here.
Well, I would love that, Lib. I'll give you my telephone number.
Well, that sounds good to me.
All right, Lib, I'm going to give you my
I think
number.
Maple has it, right?
Huh?
I was thinking you just gave it to Maple, but maybe not. Oh, that's great.
And y'all are still.
I wanted to say thank you to Karen Beard, and if you're looking in the chat, she's giving you all the information on October.
Okay, yeah.
Maple and her and I are all on a call organizing this big DC extravaganza.
Okay, cool. I'm actually. I'm having to copy these things because I know this thing, even though it may be live later on and I could go back to it,
I don't think you can go back to the chats. I'm not sure. I've never been able to do
Yeah,
that.
I'm copying and pasting and sending text messages to myself.
So Sarah, if you need any numbers, just let me know. I have most of the people's numbers.
Okay. We're in the Four Corners of New Mexico. Is that closer to Arizona or closer
No,
to?
the Four Corners means Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico. Because all of those
touch.
Yeah.
All of those states have Navajo bands, tribes within them.
Okay.
And some of them have Pueblo, Hopi, Zuni. So they just call it the Four Corners because those four states touch. So that's also, they do the same thing they do to us, MVP, with the West Virginia, and North Carolina. They'll tell Arizona something that affects New Mexico, and they'll get those council leaders to sell out on it. Meanwhile, it's hurting the people of the neighboring reservation in the neighboring state. So they pull all the same tricks. It's not, I mean, this is global stuff, like Maple said. This is not, I wish you were going to be there tomorrow, because I'm definitely going to expose how these industries are all around the world hurting the small people in the same nasty way, and nastier ways in countries that will accept it. Like South America, they're just like making activists go invisible. They're just disappearing folks because they can't. Because they can. If they could do it here, they'd be doing it here. You know what I mean? I mean, they did it in the civil rights, so why wouldn't they do it in this stuff? But anyway, you have a good time, Sarah. I can't wait to see you again. And I'm gonna take my little break, my little 7 minutes.
You go take your little break, and I give love to you and to Crystal. I see her up there, Crystal. Jason, you guys are always in my heart. I really feel that way strongly, and I'm sorry. Sometimes text messaging and all that stuff is never comes across properly.
You just missed Maury. He just jumped on.
Hey, Maury.
What's up, Maury?
I just got to my hotel in Burlington.
With that, unfortunately, I'm going to say goodbye to everybody. Maury, I give you hugs and kisses too.
Yeah, same to you, Sarah.
Bye.
Wow, it's great to see Maury.
Yeah.
I left Suffolk. I've been there's well over 1,500 miles this week.
Say what now?
I've traveled over 1,500 miles this week. I left Saturday evening, went to Charlottesville to Leesburg the next day to DC, walked around DC and protested in Chevy Chase, back to Leesburg, back up the next morning, went back into DC to the Department of Transportation and Interior Office, and then went to Harper's Ferry, and then went back to Harrisonburg, and then I had to go home because I had a little problem with some water with some horses that needed to make sure the water was good. Went back to West Virginia Wednesday evening.
Wow.
Yeah, Wednesday evening.
And you're still walking and talking.
Drove to Suffolk to my daughter's yesterday.
We're gonna sign you up
here.
We're gonna sign you up, Maury, next time we do a cross-country ceremonial journey like the Totem Journey. We're gonna put you in the caravan so that you can handle all this. You can handle all this physical driving and sleeping very little and doing a lot of work. Sounds like
it takes a lot harder toll on me than it did 10 years ago.
Yeah, that was what I found out. I wasn't excited about being this old and trying to do some of that stuff. Talk to you later.
So we got more Zoom meetings and stuff this afternoon.
We do. We have Rights of Nature coming up, and then we're going to have after that, we're going to have Mario Atencio from Chaco Canyon talk about the health effects of fracking.
So I'm not sure where I'm supposed to be and what time I'm supposed to be there, but I'll be there.
Sounds good.
Somebody text me the address, Crystal, later, or
okay.
Jason, on my cell phone. I called you a minute ago, and I've still got some more. Josh and Kay's got some of the that you wanted. I brought others. My car's full of signs and stuff, so we can decide what we need to put out. Anyway, I said, well, this thing's still going on. I can jump on. I'm gonna stop the video and just listen and watch.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna
Yeah,
lay down and listen.
We've been learning
'cause
a lot for
I need to stretch out.
We've been learning a lot for a few hours already. All right, we'll see you in a few.
Hopefully you guys are finding this informative, and we plan on doing more of these workshops. So this is just the beginning, y'all.
That's good. Yeah, you were saying that, Crystal, for your area too, for your area people that you want to get in. All right, that's good. All right.
Got a 50% on. Hey, Jason. Hey, Jason, you there? Guess he stepped away.
Yeah, I'll see. Hold on.
So,
Yeah, he stepped away from his phone.
okay. Has information of address for tomorrow been given out yet?
I'll text it to you.
Okay.
We're trying to keep it safe here in case we have like some crazy opposition show up. But I'll text it to you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay, just trying to get our next speaker on. Hold on one second, stay with me. Hey everybody, welcome. Our speaker has just joined us. I met Guy. Actively doing this. I met Guy during Natives Vote 2020 when Jason was doing this Natives Vote last year, and so I met Guy that way. And so I heard him speak when we were on the Red Road to DC. He was speaking about the rights of nature. And I just was like, wow, this is so important. I really think that people need to hear this back home. So Guy, are you ready?
Yeah, sure. I'm always ready.
All right, Guy. All right, so take it away. This is Guy, and I'm telling you, Guy is awesome.
Poso, Arnaquit Nitakam, Wapasha Nitotam Kashitna and Nitskiwakin. Waiwana Nitske Small Niweka Yosaitua. My name is Guy. Writer is my English name. My real name is Arnaquit, and I come from the Menominee Nation located here on the reservation. I'm an executive director of an organization called Minneconaughim, which we have a 80-acre farm here on the reservation where we're growing food. We have an energy sovereignty initiative. We have a youth initiative. We have an environmental initiative, of course, and that's where this Rights of Nature is currently. And of course, everything that kind of weaves us all together is our culture and language initiative, which is basically involved in everything we do. So I definitely want to welcome you all here, and thanks for having me. And I appreciate Crystal for having me get on this call and be able to share a little bit of Rights of Nature work that we've been working on and other things that we've been doing. So I realized we only got an hour, I think, is what I was told. So I'm going to try to wrap things up. So if you have questions, we can kind of get to those questions. But first, I would like to just speak a little bit in our sacred Menominee language. This language that I'm speaking now is a foreign language. It doesn't come from this land, and from where we are, I would like to just offer my own language just to get us started. So I'm going to quit speaking English, and I'm going to say a little bit in our language, say a little bit of a prayer. A lot of us have things to think about, to pray for, a lot of things in our communities, a lot of things in our families. So if you just think of those ones as I say these words, it'll be helpful. Aha, Kamasa Masanoak, Kasaminato, Mauni Natanawe Makanak Masewanani, Swanaminakuta, Pamatasia Mashik Muskoswan, Mauni Natanawe Makanak, Mashik Nature Matno Manewak, Mashike, Mamache Tawak Masewanani, Mamache Tawa Kihi, Swanaminakuta, Pamatasia Mashik Muskoswan, Swanaminat Caspin K. Watch it Nasim. Swanamin the Kurta, Maoni Mahno Pamata Sewak, Maoni Natana Way Manak, Mashikda Nietzscheanak, Mashikda Ketchkiwak, Maoni Wait Sakasiwak, Swanamin the Kurta, so Mahno Pamata Sewak, Mashikda Maoni Watakun Masewanani, Onakwit Natakam, Swanaminat Kispin K. Watch it Nasim. Kitapon and Maoni Awatakan Masewanani Mashikda Maoni Mamache Tawak, Swana Minakurtap, Maoni Wait Sakasiwa Kayos, Mashikda Mahno Tatakasiu Mashikda Nipuakian, Maoni Natanawe Makanak, Mashikda Kamasa Masanoak, Ochi Kasia Inaka, Skimokaha Inaka, Sawano Inaka, Spamia, Awatakun and Ami Awatakun, Kesa, Kokomasa Kamakana, Sakatamone, Netnamao, Mashikda Yum, and Amiha, Natanawe Makanak, and hey, ooh. So basically, I was just praying for all of us here in this time and your families and trying to set the mood here. I know that here at home we were kind of taught that we should address the Creator first and address those ones that are around here. So I wanted to make sure I did that in a good way. So the rights of nature is a pretty new, sort of a new concept, I guess, a new way of thinking things. It's a new old way, the way I would understand it. A lot of us Indigenous people have had these things in our way of life for a long time. We've recognized that this earth is a part of who we are, and we're a part of it, and that it all has a right to live, and that life is so sacred. So that's kind of what I'm going to be talking about. But I guess the legal the legal definition, I guess, for rights of nature, if you want to say, is it's like the recognition and protection of legal rights of the natural world. So it's like legal rights that include the right to exist, flourish, evolve, regenerate, and to restore, and have been recognized in laws and through court decisions. Rights of nature laws have actually, there's not a lot of case law behind them right now because it is such a new concept for America to understand, America's legal system. So there are some things I'll talk about a little bit later that are currently happening legally that are pretty exciting. But I just wanted to, give you that simple definition of rights of nature, basically being, the recognition and protection of legal rights of the natural world. I mean, that's pretty simple, self-explanatory. But there's a lot of things that we could talk about, a lot of things that we could go into with rights of nature. Like I said, it's pretty new, so a lot of people have questions. But the earliest that it existed in law was in 2006 in Pennsylvania. Actually, they had a I forgot what they had passed, but I'll get to it a little bit later. But in other parts of the country after Pennsylvania was the very first place that rights of nature were put into law. The country of Ecuador had their constitution enacted where it recognized the Amazonian River as having rights. So a lot of the communities, across the country, in the United States, Canada, Brazil, and countries like Ecuador, Bolivia, Uganda, and parts of Colombia, India, and Bangladesh have recognized rights of rivers and other ecosystems. The other really awesome thing about rights of nature right now is there's a lot of tribes a lot of United States tribes that are recognizing rights of nature. My tribe here, the Menominee tribe of Wisconsin here, is one of those nations, as is the White Earth, the Ojibwe Band in Minnesota, the Yurok tribe in California, the Ponca have also enacted some rights of nature. And then there's many that are like in the process right now, and others that are, planning things to do. And I know that I believe it was last year in Canada, I'm not sure how you say, the Council of Equinocit in Canada, they recognized the rights of the Magpie River there in Canada. And that was the very first rights of nature in Canada. A lot of the movement behind rights of nature, we definitely recognize that, like, the environmental laws that are happening right now aren't like they're not able to protect and not even able to like reverse harm that is created to done to nature. And they don't even have like an understanding that environmental laws, as a matter of fact, like legalize a lot of the harm that is causing, global warming and many other environmental crises. The current environmental laws treat nature as property or commerce, is basically as a thing. And environmental laws, like they don't recognize the rights of nature even to exist. The current environmental laws authorize, actually, that's one of the things I really found out when I started to get into the environmental movement, and we were fighting a sulfide mine located on called the Back 40, located on the Menominee River. The Menominee River creates the natural border between Upper Michigan and Wisconsin, and it's where our oral history states that we as a nation come from. And when I got into that, I always thought of like the Clean Water Act and all of these acts that we have. I thought
would protect it.
well, yeah, exactly, would protect it. And then when I started to realize that like they like authorize the harm and destruction up to a certain point, or they allow you to pollute within certain parameters, even though it isn't good for the environment or the people that are living there. So there's a lot of things that they allow, in these environmental laws, and you guys obviously know a lot of them. The pipeline constructions, that the fracking wells, the environmental laws now allow like filling and destruction of wetlands. They also allow, like I just mentioned before, dumping of pollution into river and waterways, and definitely, like global warming and into the air. All that carbon that gets emitted into the air also is a major concern. So it doesn't really, the laws aren't set to protect. They're actually legalizing this continued of extraction that we've been on. So it's, I think, time that we think of things differently. I think God bless a lot of our young people and a lot of our elders that have had these sort of ideas way back when, but these young people now are always impressive to me, that bringing these sort of conversations are bringing these ideas and thoughts up, and that we're in a place here in our country that it's possible that we move where everybody has a seat at the table. So there's some key elements to the rights of nature. There's some things, like I said earlier, that are happening. And last year in Orange County, Florida, which is, I believe, like the largest municipality in the country, are that have actually secured the rights of rivers and waterways to exist, and to be protected against pollution, and to maintain a healthy ecosystem. So the voters overwhelmingly voted for that rights of nature in 2020. And right now that is currently in litigation. There's a developer that wanted to develop, I believe, 1,900 acres, and it would be destroying wetlands and rivers. And there's a couple folks that have taken that rights of nature law and are challenging that right now. So there's a lot of folks that are pretty interested to see what happens there, and definitely how we can help out. In 2008, like I said earlier about Ecuador, in their constitution, they secured the rights of nature to exist, and the Amazonian River to maintain and regenerate its life cycles, its structure, its functions, and evolutionary processes, and the ability for it to restore itself. Just recently, a couple of years ago, in 2018, the White Earth Band of Ojibwe in Minnesota secured the rights of Menomin, which is the rights of wild rice, to exist, flourish, regenerate, and evolve to restoration, recovery, and preservation. That also is currently in litigation. So right now, the White Earth Band is taking the Minnesota DNR into court to challenge them on their treaty rights and their rights of nature laws, because the Minnesota DNR has granted like 2 billion gallons of water to Line 3, and it's currently in litigation. They took them to tribal court, which is pretty awesome. So there's some groundbreaking things that are happening right there that have never been done before. So a lot of people that are in the movement, are pretty excited about where some of this stuff is going. A lot of these laws, these rights of nature laws, are including or I should say, like give the human rights that we have the like I don't know, I guess I would say the right to a healthy environment or a clean environment. So when I think about things like that, I definitely think of the seven generations. A lot of us Indigenous folks have that in our culture, that we think 7 generations ahead. And I've always thought of rights of nature in that context, that these generations that are coming 7 generations from now should be able to have the same abilities and the same resources to live out creation in its fullness. There's lots of things that we could talk about and go on and on about, like how this movement is moving. There's still some things that are definitely needing to be done, and being able to sit in front of some folks like yourself and talk about this. And maybe this is your first time hearing about rights of nature, or maybe you know a little bit more. The Menominee tribe here in Wisconsin, we passed a rights of nature last year with a unanimous vote to recognize the Menominee River, which isn't on our reservation currently, but we recognized it for it to flourish, and recognizing that we as Menominees come from that actual river. And there is the next step that we were doing. We were going to have a constitutional amendment, change our constitution to recognize all of our rights of nature here on the reservation, our waterways and our forests. One thing about us that you probably don't know is that us Menominees are known for our forest management. We have a sustained yield. We have what people say is what Wisconsin looked like prior to any kind of contact. Our reservation right now is 235,000 acres. It is probably about like 90% woodlands. We cut based on our culture. We cut our trees based on our culture, that we start in the early morning in the setting sun, and we cut in a circle, and we only take the mature and dead trees, that we leave the others behind. And we've cut that way since we've been on this reservation in 1856. And they say that we cut our whole reservation over like 6 times already. And when I look out my window here, we're still very heavily wooded. And this rights of nature stuff fits very well with what we're already doing. I wanted to just read a little bit of the rights of Menomin, what the White Earth had stated. I'm just going to read an excerpt from their constitution, but it just says the White Earth Band and its members possess both a collective and individual right of sovereignty, self-determination, and self-government, which shall not be infringed by other governments or business entities. This law expands rights, protections for people and Menomin above those provided by less protective state, federal, or international law. So some of the other things I wanted to talk about, I really wanted to just make sure that we have a lot of time now to chit chat about this stuff, because there really is questions, I'm sure, from people. And I wanted to just really briefly give you a little bit of a timeline. Like I said earlier, in 2006, in Pennsylvania, they passed a ban dumping the toxic sewage sludge as a violation of rights of nature. So Pennsylvania, that was the very first place in the world to recognize the rights of nature in law. Since 2006, though, dozens of communities in 10 states have enacted rights of nature laws. I spoke before, in 2008, Ecuador, passed the rights of nature recognizing the Amazonian River. That was the first country to do so. In 2000, I'm going to fast forward. There's a lot here. I can give you guys some links and things if you want to really dig into some of this stuff. But in 2016, the Ho-Chunk Nation, located here in Wisconsin, was the very first tribe to vote on the rights of nature in their tribal constitutional amendment. In 2016, that same year, the Democratic Party of the United States included a reference to the rights of nature in its party platform for the first time. In 2017, in Lafayette, Colorado, in the US, it enacted the very first climate of Bill of Rights, recognizing rights of humans and nature to a healthy climate and banning fossil fuel extraction as a violation of those rights. So in that same year, Colorado versus state of Colorado was filed in federal court. In this first in the nation lawsuit, an ecosystem sought recognition of its legal rights. In 2018, the Ponca Nation in Oklahoma adopted a customary law on the rights of nature. 2018 is that same year that the White Earth Band recognizes Manuman. In 2019, there was the recognition of Lake Erie that was approved by the residents of Toledo, Ohio, after they were prevented from voting on the measure in 2018 by the Ohio Supreme Court. It was the first, that was the first law in the US to secure legal rights of a specific ecosystem. But a lawsuit by a corporate agribusiness interest successfully overturned that law in 2020. 2019, the Yurok tribe, the US the Yurok tribe recognized the legal rights of the Klamath River. In 2019, the Florida Democratic Party adopted the rights of nature in its party platform. That was the very first time that has happened. And last year, the Menominee tribe adopted the rights of nature resolution. The Nez Perce tribe recognized the Snake River as having being a living entity with legal rights. So like I mentioned earlier too, then the county, Florida, and Canada also too. So those are a lot of the things that are happening now. There's a lot more on that timeline that I could go through and through. One of the things that I just wanted to mention before we kind of open it up for questions is that I feel that like the tribal nations here in America have the best opportunity to address these rights of nature laws. I think that they should be leading these rights of nature laws just because they have a unique mechanism. A lot of the federally recognized tribes, and they have treaty rights, or they have constitutions, and I think that they have ability to really lead this movement. We've been working with lots of tribes all over the country that have reached out or want to know more about things. Like I said earlier when I first started this whole thing, that it's nothing new for our people, this rights of nature. I think it's just trying to change this worldview of viewing our environment as resources or something that we have dominion over. So I think we have a really, really good opportunity to really change this, and folks like yourself and in other parts of the country, it would be awesome to see some rights of nature in your own community, for some of your rivers or whatever it is, that place you call home, whatever is there. And the other thing too is so just on a personal note, I've been in the environmental game for a while. Been at many walks, marches, been at many hearings, more than I would like to probably admit here. you know, after a while for me, it was kind of like I got burned out by it. Of course, you know, when we were fighting the back 40 mine, that took a lot of my time. And it's been about 9 years since that fight has started, and we're still in it, but we are right at what feels like we're right at a major win. And we've kind of dealt this company a really good, hopefully a death, but we'll see. But this rights of nature for me is like being proactive. It always seems that if you're in the environmental game, you're always reacting, and it's awesome to see some of the things that are happening now, like the defunding and things like that. But it can get exhausting trying to be on the defense all the time. And I feel like if we worked on this rights of nature, this could really be a proactive movement, and that we wouldn't have to necessarily react all the time to things that are happening. That's about all I got for you guys. I'm definitely, we want to ask questions or open it up for whatever, or Crystal, if you feel like there's, you know, you want me to go into a little bit more, just let me know.
So I'm gonna ask, I don't know if Desiree can hear me. She is my co-person in this MVP fight, because, you know, we're fighting the pipeline, but this is something that our tribal people need to hear on this coast. And I was just actually talking to my husband that, you know, I'm going to approach a couple of tribes and maybe the commission in the state of North Carolina about the rights of nature. Is this something that we need to work on? Are there any questions from anybody on this call about rights of nature? Because Guy is the person to, he will answer those questions.
Yeah, the other thing too, I wanted to make sure you guys understand is, like, we're also putting together like a tribal workbook that you could, or almost like a toolkit that you could use to help develop rights of nature. So Crystal, I'll definitely get that to you when that's finished. But we have a lot of resources as well. I work with an organization, I know that it's called CDER, it's Center of Democratic Rights of Nature, with Mari Margell and Thomas Lindsay. Those guys have been at the forefront of rights of nature movement for a long time. They're both lawyers. We're working right now with Yankton and other tribes along the Missouri River to recognize the Missouri River as having rights. So we're definitely able to come down, Crystal, and help out if you want to think through some things, or you know, even talk about it. Just feel free to reach out, and you know, we could put something together.
Okay, that sounds great. Desiree, do you have any questions or anything you want Guy to explain? Because I am going to share this video with our tribal administrators and tribal administration for different tribes here in Virginia and North Carolina. This is like, they really need to understand this. And I did reach out to Thomas Lindsay a couple of nights ago, because I was looking at the Orange County lawsuit that they have, and I really thought that was interesting that the river, you know, was suing it. And I was like, my God, how can our river sue this pipeline? But that's really something important. If there's no questions, if you could just maybe go a little bit deeper into some more topics about how to get started, or rights of just how to get started, I guess, or what are the steps, or what do we need to do? Like, what would be the steps?
Well, I think the first thing would be to do is definitely think about like what it is that you're undertaking. You know, one of the things to think about is what I said earlier is, you know, if you have tribes around you or are near you, it would definitely be beneficial if you reach out to them. I mean, environmental groups too. You know, it almost sometimes feels like more things get done, especially in Indian country, if grassroots people, you know, are leading that and pushing that forward. Not that the tribes don't do anything. I'm just saying that, you know, sometimes it's like the grassroots people put it together quicker. So I think the first thing to do is to be able to get people that are of like mind in a room, and start talking about, what it is you're trying to do. It's always important to get those, lawyers in there as well. It's hard sometimes to put our worldview into this legal framework, the laws that the country goes by. And this English language that I'm speaking is very much a fear-based language, and it like sees whole problems and builds things around those problems. And it's hard sometimes to bridge the two, but it's definitely possible. The other thing too is I would research, like what's being done around your area, or maybe even what has been done in the country. Like I could share all the, amendments and all the things that were passed, so you have almost like a guide to look at.
Mhm.
Like
Yeah, that sounds great.
I had a question for you, Guy.
Wait. Kay had her hand raised first. So Kay, you go ahead.
So I'm so glad to see Mindy Zlotnick on this call, because she's been one of the leaders of the Rights of Nature awareness and movement in Virginia. And I just want to share that for me, this whole concept was a real eye-opener. So I experienced at Mindy's invitation, oh gosh, maybe it was, I don't know when it was, January 19, a workshop with Thomas Lindsay, and he described the pyramid, the upside down pyramid, where the current laws and regulatory agencies lead you to this very narrow point, which is kind of leaves you, his way of expressing it was, you get to pick the color of the fence around the compressor station. It's like you call the political people and they're like, I'm so glad you called. We really want to engage the community on their concerns. And you call the regulatory agencies or the corporation and I'm so glad you called. We really want to address the community's concerns. And they lead you down this legal chute, where you end up in a place where you have no power. And this was a really harsh moment for those of us in attendance that day, because we had spent years of our lives being in that chute to a point of no power. And the idea that, the nature itself had to have legal standing was a new one. But I do remember there was a moment when someone raised their hand and said, yeah, but that's how we all met each other. And that was true. We met each other in this rigged system, and we made a powerful community, but it is a rigged system, and the rights of nature feels to me like a way to step outside the rig. So anyway, I'm hoping Mindy will talk. Thanks for listening.
You had a question, but I'm gonna go to Jason. Go with your question.
So I was just going to ask, because we had a speaker earlier on from one of our nations in North Carolina, the Lumbee Nation, which is a state recognized tribe. And
they have some federal.
They have federal things, but his point was that historically the state recognized tribes lose in the federal supported pipeline or energy company issues, because federal, just like in Minnesota Line 3, where federal is not backing up the state of Minnesota nor the White Earth community, it's the same deal, but even less, because we don't have those federal treaties, or we have them, but they're not recognized because they happened before the United States was formed. So the United States doesn't recognize our treaties. But my point is to you, Guy, when you were saying the first people that did this were like the Ponca and these different nations, did they have to go through their federal treaty status to get the rights of nature instituted? Or can anyone just say, look, I've been living by this water source or this mountain, it's in our family and it has its own rights. Can anybody use that tool? If that makes sense to you.
Yeah, absolutely. All I was saying in that regard is that the tribes have, different mechanisms that they can use legally that, aren't allowed for me being just me or anybody else. But there's been movements, like the Bill of Lake Erie Rights was a non-tribal group of people that pushed that through and got that passed down in Orange County, Florida, as the voters that voted that rights of nature in, overwhelmingly too. It was like 80% voted to protect the river and recognizing that it has a right to clean water. And, it's the largest municipality in the US to legalize the rights of nature. So I think, anybody is able to put something together and work it through, the county or wherever municipality that they're in. But I think that like to lead the movement or to, take it a step further, in my opinion, it would be awesome to have the tribes lead that, just because they have those extra mechanisms and they talk about federal law and things like that.
Yeah, I do want the tribes of the state to lead it, but they're going to have to lead it with their state governor because that's the only one that recognized them, not the federal.
Yeah.
So it'll have to be like the state standing up behind its indigenous communities. And there's 9 of us. There's 9 of them. I'm married in. I'm Choctaw, but I'm married in. So there's 9 recognized tribes, but only the Cherokee are federal. So we have allies in the Cherokee that could probably get it started. But when you're talking about covering and protecting the whole state, you're going to have to reach each band's community. You know what I mean? So I just wanted to know if we could give them that hope, or I didn't want to set anybody up before I start inspiring them to do it.
Yeah, there's so much. There's so little, I should say, of any kind of law, legal background. All other acts and movements, have a lot of legal action behind them, but rights of nature is so very new that there's very little to almost none. Like I said, the White Earth case is the first time that's ever happened, that a tribe is using the rights of nature in the court of law. And we're going to see down there in Florida, in Orange County, that what's going to happen there with the voters that voted that law in. So the thing is like we're not necessarily, either way the decision comes from the judges. I believe we win, because that'll also give us an opportunity to move in a direction that is important for the movement. So I think the best thing about the rights of nature is definitely bringing indigenous worldviews into this legal framework. That to me is the most important aspect of it all. And we need all tribes, state, federal, non-recognized tribes to be involved, and all peoples.
So there was a question from Mindy. It says, sounds like self-determination piece is important for non-tribal people. Our hands in Virginia are tied because of preemption from the state. Could you explain how this fits in?
Say that again. Sorry, I didn't.
Oh, it's okay. She said, it sounds like the self-determination piece is important for non-tribal people. Our hands in Virginia are tied because of preemption from the state. Could you explain how this fits in? And I don't know what preemption from the state means. So
they have a clause already.
Is it Mindy, do you want to explain it?
Yeah, I can explain it. So first of all, I want to say that I'm really excited about all the movement among the tribes in adopting the rights of nature. It's a really exciting piece and a really exciting way for it to start happening, for people to start thinking in this different way. So it's really exciting to hear this. I represent an organization called the Virginia Community Rights Network, and we're based in Buckingham County, where the compressor station for the ACP was going to be placed. And we're presently faced with the challenge of a possible gold mine in Buckingham. And if any of you know about gold mining, it's been determined by the EPA to be one of the most polluting industries in the United States. So we're really very nervous about that. And we've kind of taken it into our hands to write an ordinance that protects our right to clean air, water, and soil, and to protect ourselves against toxic trespass. Corporations can tell us not to trespass on their property, but we want to tell them not to trespass on this property, on our bodies, and on our soil. And so it's not specifically a rights of nature law, but it has the same intent. We haven't presented it to our Board of Supervisors, but we're almost finished with it. We're working with a different group called the Community Environmental Legal Defense Fund, also known as CELDEF.
Yeah.
They worked on the Lake Erie Bill of Rights. They worked on a rights of nature bill for Pittsburgh, and for that first community in Tamaqua Borough, and also in Grant Township, and also in Pennsylvania. So preemption, what happens with preemption is that our local community, our local Board of Supervisors, when we present this to them, they'll say, oh, I'm sorry, our hands are tied. The state doesn't allow us to make decisions like this because the state can preempt any decision that we make. They can say, no, that has to be made at the state level. And that's a real simple way of looking at preemption. So what we need to do in our ordinance is to first and foremost say, we're taking back the right to make this decision. We have the right, according to the Virginia Constitution, to make this decision, and we're taking it back because preemption isn't a law. It was a decision of the Supreme Court many, many years ago, and it's an arbitrary custom. So we're looking at that. But I wanted you all to know that this is happening in Virginia, and it's very close to being completed. And we're really hoping that it will protect not only Buckingham, but other communities in the Pyrite Belt that goes all the way from Fairfax down to Halifax. So if gold mining gets its foot in the door in Virginia, it will create a huge swath of mining that will affect the water, the water for millions and millions of people. So that's our concern.
Yeah, so are there federally recognized tribes in Pennsylvania?
I don't know about Pennsylvania.
Some in Virginia, most of the tribes are federally recognized. There's a few that's not.
Well, it seems like to me that then that they would be a major ally to see where they are, or to think of what they could do, because they deal with federal law and they don't deal necessarily with state law, although they do. But that Thomas Lindsay and Marty Margill are co-founders of that CELDF. They started their own organization, I think, a year ago, and they have an Indigenous work group there, where we're drafting some rights of nature for a Clean Water Act that we're just kind of putting together here these last couple of months. But I'm not too sure about the preemption law. I think that definitely would have to be something for a lawyer to think about, and Thomas Lindsay and Marty are definitely two well-equipped lawyers to handle that question.
No. Yeah, I think that in Florida, what the state did was preempt all laws concerning rights of nature, and that's one of the things that they did. So they basically said, and they did this in Ohio too, that nobody can pass rights of nature laws anymore. They're too scared. And what we see is when we start pushing up against the laws that exist, and they start pushing back, it means they're scared. Yeah. And it means that we're doing something good. We might not win, but we're doing something good. And that's a good thing, to change the system. That's what we want to do.
Absolutely.
Mindy, I have a question. Who did you write that ordinance to? The local, county, or state?
It's the local municipality, county. Yeah. And we haven't presented it yet. It's still in process, and we have to get a lot of local support before we're confident to present it to the local.
Do you know what tribe is closest to you?
Monacan.
Okay. I would talk to Desiree about that. We actually met last night, an Indigenous group of people. I'm not quite sure how that tribe feels about the rights of nature and all that stuff because it's all new. I don't know. I know Miss Donna Chavis was talking about it 3 or 4 years ago, but I'm not quite sure how far she's gotten with that and helping other pull tribes on board. But I mean, I think this is a good start.
Have a number of grassroots Monacan supporters.
But we do, yeah. Like Jason said, we have a number of grassroots Monacan supporters that, like Guy said, I think it's great to get the tribe on board. But again, I will talk to Desiree about that. Any other questions? Okay, so I don't see any other questions in the chat. Did I miss any questions in the chat? Let me go back and look.
Well, while she's looking, I just want to say, even if we finish early, Guy, I really appreciate your time, your valuable knowledge and wisdom. And when we were on the totem journey, one of the most powerful pieces that you also dropped in here is that your traditional language doesn't speak to all these problems and all these distractions and all these, oh no, it can't work because of this. The language is more about what's good for all the people and what's the solution. And I find that in my own language and other languages that were natural to the land. And so thank you for bringing that with your teaching, because I think a lot of people that don't understand our indigenous lenses, that this will be lost on them unless we tell them what we're talking about, right? I mean, a lot of people in this country, even people of non-European original background, got forced to English and Latin-based languages. Like in our neighbors below got forced to Spanish, and some of our neighbors got forced to French. And even though those languages sound very poetic and romantic and all of that, they are all about problem and all about, oh no, we can't do this because the king's not going to make gold. He's not going to have the money. And anytime you talk about the guy on the land that's tending the land, that's not in the conversation. You know, it's all about what the king at the top makes. And in this country, it's the federal government, right? So
there is a question from Karen. It says, can this be connected to the Land Back campaign?
Yeah, absolutely. There are some inner workings happening right now with some of that, working on some ways to incorporate things, but I think it definitely can. So, you know, I'm sure that'll unfold here as we kind of get moving forward. You know, Land Back is something relatively new as well, and kind of just got launched not too long ago. So I think that there's definitely room for that. One of the other things that I would just add is you know, the beauty for me about rights of nature is really the worldview and the way in which we understand creation, the way in which we understand that our role in it, you know, and that we are a part of it and it is a part of us. And you know, for all you guys that are interested in these things, you know, I think I was thinking about this, you know, Crystal, with your question about the first thing to do. I think always should be prayer. I think always should be going outside and standing on our beautiful mother. Stand on her and feel her underneath your feet. Feel her connect you. Take your shoes off if you can and really, really connect and listen to her. You know, a lot of our old people say that she's our greatest teacher. And if we just take that time to let her guide us and show us what it is we need to do and where we need to go, move and how we need to move, it'll really help us. the thing about our languages that is so beautiful is that they come from a place of connection, like my brother said here, and they also come from a place of love. And it's out of that compassion, it's out of that love, that we should be thinking about these things. It's not out of domination or trying to hurt somebody. We remember that our languages and our cultures, were given to us by the Creator out of love for us. And that's the same way that we should give it, So I always think it's about that slowing down. This world we live in is so very fast, and it can, if you only speak this English language, you can definitely feel isolated and feel alone. And when you look out your window, you're never alone. These things are always here for us. They're always here. Those spirits that a lot of us talk about and pray to were put on this earth for us. So that's so important, and we can't forget that. And we just take our time and think through these things. The other thing about this culture that is here in America, it's like they want everything instantaneously, and they think about things like 1, 2, 3 answer, and that's not how it goes. Like, we should take our time and be thoughtful in the way we move, and if we do it in a good heart and a good mind, anything's possible. And there's a famous quote from Margaret Mead that said something like, 4 people, I don't know, somebody knows it, but like, that's the only thing that's ever changed anything in this world, is when people come together to do it. So I just wanted to make sure you guys understand that too, that's so very important.
Oh, wow. So thank you so much, God. This was great. Thank you so much. Yeah, I appreciate that so much. So we have a little break before our next, because I wanted to make sure I didn't wear you guys out. The next workshop starts at 7:30 with Mario, and that's the health effects of fracking. So God, thank you so much for doing this. I look forward to working with you in the future. We'll be reaching out to you. Maybe we can get you guys to come down here and do some workshops once COVID lets up.
Yeah, awesome. Crystal, if you could put my contact information too in the chat, and people want to reach out after this, definitely feel free. There's lots of things that we're doing, lots of things where we're moving, and it would be good to move together.
Okay, that sounds great. And I'm gonna share a video. So just give me 1 second, and I will put your contact information there. So give me a couple of seconds, and yeah, stay tuned, guys.
Also.
Autukashila, Aunchi Maka, Awakatanka. Atiospaye, Atiwahe, Aoyate, Wopila Wakan. Hani Washte, Wopila, Unchileo, Umakio, Tunkashila, Mataquiasa. Atiospaye, Atiwahe, Aoyate, Wopi la wakan. Chilio, Makio, Tunkashila, Mataquiasa.
Okay, so I could not see I could not see my screen doing this. So did you guys see the video? Somebody give me a thumbs up or a yes in the chat. Okay, sounds good. And then right after Mario speaks, we'll do the last video.
So you know that John Wagner and Lib Hutchinson were at the same event where we met Donna Chavis and Ryan Emanuel.
Yep.
It was at Brown Summit.
The whole River State Park.
It was what was it? It was Jody and
The Climate Justice Collective, I believe.
Climate Justice Collective. It was like a whole weekend. And Charlie Lowry, who's playing tomorrow, played for that event. So yeah, it's kind of cool. It's like family. A family from 3 or 4 years ago that developed.
Yeah. John gave a pretty cool hike. Talking about mushrooms and all the things in nature. That was really nice.
Was that a Brown Summit?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Oh, you were on that one. I was with the paper hand puppet guys.
Yeah. So okay, so we're gonna take a break. We'll be back. Let's come back at 7:20.
25.
7:25. Are you
Yeah,
sure?
because you don't want people
Well,
wait for 10 minutes.
Yeah. So you guys can get, snacks, food, restroom break.
Uh,
Hey, Mari, you're unmuted.
oh, I am.
As a guide, my job is to navigate the complex natural world of the mountains and to lead my group through it, avoid
Hey, everybody who's here, we are on break until 7:25, just a couple of more minutes. Thanks, Frederick, for joining. Hey, we are getting ready to come back in a couple of minutes. Everybody's just on break. It's 7:25. We had a little break there, Emily. I wanted to let you know.
Great. So I'll have my camera off for like a couple of minutes and then I'll come back on.
All right, that sounds great. Thanks, Mario. I'm gonna put I'm gonna share a video. I'm gonna put it on repeat. So this is our final video that Kay produced. So it's a really good video. Make Mario co-host.
Inani washte, wopila wakan, meni wachoni, aho matakwias. Some tribes would say water was the first gift the Creator gave us.
Let the spirit of the weaving waters into your
And it was the most powerful element. It can douse flame, it can shape rock,
life-giving power.
it can nurture,
Into your home.
and it can replenish a dehydrated living thing. It's only in the last 100 or 200 years or so that we've come up with all these ways that don't work in harmony with everything else and don't sustain. It's a great audacity that the Southgate Mountain Valley Pipeline extension would take on a traditional indigenous trades path, that they would do this. I just feel that this is very intentional, very malicious, a personal attack on our culture and community. You need to place your pipeline plan right smack on the trading path of our original nations of Monacan, Okanichi, Saponi, Chiraw, Catawba. It's more than a slap in the face. It's actually a continuation of historic oppression and genocide to bring a poisonous structure through these territories, because the original communities cannot effectively advocate for themselves in resistance to this. Our existence since the beginning of creation is that all lives and all people and communities in this ecosystem work together in harmony. One could not live without the other. And so this is just how people existed, and it's what people understood, and it's what we've lost as a people. We've kind of put ourselves in the head of dominion, but even with that responsibility, even if that was true, how are we honoring that responsibility?
So everybody, welcome back. Thank you so much. So we have our last workshop of the night with my good friend Mario, who I have been working on with Danae Care from the Red Road to DC. And I got to meet Mario when we went out to Chaco Canyon. And Jason, he also got to meet him too. So, in DC too. So thank you so much, Mario, for coming to do this. And with no further ado, I am going to let you have it. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. I have a PowerPoint, but it's at the log off and at the grant privileges. I guess I'll just
I can
start.
make you co-host if you want me to.
I mean, I have to give it permission on my end.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
so I don't want to mess with it because it was a hard time to get in. But I'll just do a quick brief introduction. Have a scheduled an hour, but it's the end of the day, so it's gonna take. I'm not gonna go a full hour, unless you guys, unless everyone has questions. Ja, ashkashni nashlet khode titni bashishtin khanezani dashe ashchi dashanele le not niljin isa kist. Ja, Mario Atencio Dashajne Aro Kodo Be Ditas and the Ice Kodo Dan Kodo Kodo Shananish Hodlo Kut Andy the Ice not in the Gina the Ice Kist. Auto and so good evening everybody. My name is Mario Atencio. I'm Mud Clan, born for Bitterwater Clan. And I'm currently here in Albuquerque, New Mexico, occupied Tiwa lands here in New Mexico. It's not new and it's not Mexico. That's our joke in the state. I'm Navajo, so for everybody, and I'll be talking about Chaco Canyon, Historic Park. And so I had a PowerPoint, but it's gonna I'm gonna be referencing it off, so we'll be looking here. Wish I could get it in, but I'd have to log off this whole thing and come back on. Let's see if I can grab a PDF file, but maybe I can share that instead. Share. I can go here. No, I don't think I can do it unless it won't allow me to. Chaco Canyon is in northwest New Mexico, which is 70 miles northwest of Albuquerque, 75, 80, 100 miles. And it's one of the most important sacred places in all the United States. The totem pole that came through the Red Road to DC came through Chaco Canyon. It's where I met Crystal. And the focus of the talk tonight is about the health impacts that are happening out there. And the health impacts are pretty significant. I think there's 30,000 oil and gas wells within maybe 200 miles of the park. And we are seeing that in one community, there's over 100 fracked wells that went in, horizontal wells. And we were monitoring, we had a project a couple of years ago where we monitored for particulate matter. So really dust that's the size of or particles that are the size of 2.5 microns or and then larger. Very significant because that gets past the blood barrier in your lungs. So anything bigger, I think your mucus can stop it, like dust or sand, but anything smaller, it just goes directly into your bloodstream via the lungs. And so we're monitoring for PM 2.5, formaldehyde, hydrogen sulfide, and volatile organic compounds, some of which are deemed by the EPA as being hazardous air pollutants, which are known to cause cancer. And so, let's see. I don't have the. So in 2018, we monitored 8 sites in our community, and I guess what happened in this community is we've seen. So I don't know if you've noticed the air quality monitors in the world. They go from green all the way to magenta or red. I don't know if people have seen that. I think now it's a really big deal because all the smoke insulation, the smoke pollution that's happening all across the West. So in our communities, we've seen that there's been even extreme cases of extreme concentrations of air quality. Let's see, let me do a share screen. Let me try this. Okay, let's go here. Let's try. Can you guys see my screen?
Yeah, we can see it. We can see that.
Yay, great. That's good. I'm so happy. That's good. I guess I had to do with sharing a single deal. And so let me go back to here. So this Chaco Culture National Historic Park, is it pretty large on your guys' screen? Can you see it pretty clearly?
Yeah, I can see it pretty clear.
Okay, good. It said I had to give permission to do this. But so this is we talked about an air quality assessment from 2 years ago. That's a produced water truck right next, and there's a flare right to where the Chaco Historic National Park is happening. So that's really very interesting to see that this is what the landscape looked like from 2013, 14, all the way until probably a couple of months ago. They're constantly fracking, and this is one of the most sacred places. And so this is the Culture National Historic Park. The black ones are active wells and the new wells. And so there's 30,000 of these little black ones, and then there's these new ones. So it's 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100, 500, 20, 130. From our data is that each of those new are the horizontal wells. It's like having 6 of those little black ones. That's how impactful those new horizontal wells are. So zoom in. So think about these of having at least the size of 6 black ones. That's how impactful these are. So 100 wells is more like 600 in terms of impact. So that's just to set the stage where we're at in New Mexico, in the encroaching fracking. And as you see, what this blue thing is, it's part of it's called a Protect Greater Chaco legislation that already passed the House, but then was always killed in the Senate. And that's to withdraw all leasing within that 10-mile buffer zone. There's pros and cons as for what it is. And the red is new leases that have come on, and we've been fighting. The NECARE has been fighting these red areas in federal court.
My God.
Yeah, so we've had to keep fighting, and so it's been almost a year, 10 years now. And so this is one community. So over here where my cursor is, I don't know if you can see it. So here is where this community is. And so you have, and these are half-mile circles around. And so these are horizontal wells and active vertical wells that are within a half-mile of homes. The latest data is that anything closer than 6,600 feet, which is more than a mile, I think maybe a mile and a quarter, is considered hazardous to human health. And we have horizontal wells that are within a half mile. And so you're seeing here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 homes within a half mile of a horizontal well, just because of the hazardous air pollutants that come out of these wells. And it's pretty significant, and things have changed. There's more development that has gone on in this area. My grandma is from, so you can see my cursor from this area. This is where my grandma's from on my dad's side. So this is one of our members. She's now, her name's Kendra Pinto. So here, like I said, I was talking about the four things we're doing, and we had these monitors go out, and so air quality monitoring from blue, which is really good, all the way to over 80. Sometimes it goes up to 160. One day, so this is really near my grandma's house. Yeah. And we saw that the monitors, this little monitor, we had some inside the house and outside the house. That thing was glowing magenta and alarms are going off. And we had to tell the families, you need to leave. So we had 8 of these. We had 12 of them, but then this is where they were all located at. So you'll see here. So there's intermittent, so there's huge exposure to really dangerous air quality in the community. And so that's one thing we got out of, we did a study here. This health impact analysis follows the CDC protocol with regards to health impact assessments. So that's a word, health impact assessment. It's a CDC protocol. So citizen scientists, this is what is a tool that is very important to use if you ever want to start doing assessment in your own communities. And so this graph, it's very chaotic, but then you're seeing February 2021, not because it's 420, but 421, you're seeing a huge spike of really bad air quality of, I think 80 was considered hazardous to your health, right? And so 60 to 80 is not good. And we're seeing spikes to 180, 170, 180. And so we don't know what happened. So, and it's usually a half mile away from wells. And those stuff are just releasing stuff into the air that goes past, that doesn't get caught in your lungs, but goes directly into your bloodstream. So overall, Counter has a consistently higher PM.5 levels than national levels. And it's because we're close to proximity to wells and pipelines. There's even the wells and pipeline densities are pretty high. And there's homes without trees or buffers. The wind causes a lot of that stuff to flow around and get into the community. So this is us taking a picture of taking SUMA canisters, taking air samples. That's about maybe half mile, quarter mile away from. So here's the well site you see over here. So over here is the well. There's probably, I don't know how many wells are drilled here. And so for everyone's information, these wells go down 10,000 feet, and then they go miles in laterals. And so you're seeing this landscape and say, oh, that's just a little spot. But then you have to probably think about it from a subterranean view, is that there's huge wells. They're going out miles in directions. And that's where all the fracking has happened. So if you would turn the world, you would see a fractured world. So that's a thing that's not really really said. But so we've seen chemicals like 2-propanol acetone chloromethane, difluoromethane, hexane, methylene chloride, and trichloroethane. Say that a couple times fast. So these are the stuff that we found in this canister. This canister has like a natural vacuum. You pull it and it just sucks all the air in. And we send it to a lab, and then they analyze what was in there. So, and we had these formaldehyde testers, and formaldehyde is inhaled. It causes all these impacts: coughing, sore throat, nosebleeds, eye irritation, cancer of the nose and throat, harmful to asthma respiratory patients. And so we did a survey of over 400 people in the community, and this is what the symptoms came out. 90% of all these systems came out what people self said that's happening to them. Cough, headache, sleep change, fatigue, itchy skin rash, eyes burning, dizziness, or not dizziness, nosebleed, short of breath, sinus problems, joint pain. We think that we think people are more. This is very highly suggestive that people are being constantly exposed to these really bad chemicals, and it's manifesting in these symptoms. So produced water, 2,700 estimated spills. And so in this area, in some places, the toxic soup they call produced water that's in there, there's 7 spills a day that happen in New Mexico. And there's arsenic and radium that are tested in spills not here, but in other areas in New Mexico. And there's radium and there's arsenic in that water, in the toxic soup. And so this is in my grandma's land. So we have allotted lands as individual Indian allottees, and so that puts us in a place that we're in a direct federal trust relationship with the Bureau of Indian Affairs and the federal government themselves. And this produced water, so this is about 50,000 gallons. A barrel of oil is about 48 gallons. So this is about 50,000 gallons of crude oil and what might be toxic. It is toxic waste, but we don't know what exactly is in there. Latest stuff you're seeing is that there might be PFAS inside of this because it's called slick water. There's surfactants, there's the whole, and everything that's in there is proprietary, and so we don't know it. So this was sitting for two months, and a report that's just huge says that after 60 days, this water here, or everything that's spilled in this site right here, was gone down to 75 feet. The water table out here is around 50 to 70 feet. And so the whole aquifer in this landscape is very much contaminated. My grandma used to have 70 animal units, about 30 goats, and about the same 30 goats and 30 sheep plus horses. And she was a weaver, and she raised sheep here in this landscape. And I want to advise anybody to have any animals drink out of the area anytime soon. So the latest, we did some modeling lately, and this is considered a formaldehyde hotspot. And so that's the latest data. This is sort of dated. And so right now, this community is now a formaldehyde hotspot, just through a lot of the modeling that we did. And so this is really 12, 13 miles from Chaco Culture Historic National Park. And this watershed flows directly into the northwest section of the park. So one of the most sacred landscapes in all of America has been contaminated. They're dumping tons and tons of altered organic compounds in the airshed. They're putting in pipelines that are messing around with the linear features and cutting off, having huge impacts on all sorts of wildlife, from all the way down from the mycorrhizae in the soil, all the way to the bears and the eagles and the humans, the secret beings. And so that's what you're seeing this. Chemical toxicity, repeated exposures can cause acute symptoms and chronic illness, including cancer. And there's no monitoring. State monitors are way too far away to be of any help. 70 to 150 miles away is the nearest state air monitors. But we did buy some monitors, and we have them in our community now. So in New Mexico, we have a really powerful position called a state land commissioner, which is in charge of administrating and conserving state trust lands. Lands are held in trust for the state, and they put oil wells on them to benefit state education. And the lady here, if you can see my cursor, Stephanie Garcia Rich is the first women state land commissioner. She's been very regulatory minded and really has taken oil and gas to task. And she herself banned a whole swath of land within a 10-mile buffer around National Historic Park culture, Chaco Canyon, via state land executive order. So very powerful person. And these, so this is my current boss, Navajo Nation Council Delegate Daniel So, Samuel Sage, and various staff that were there to sign that executive order. And here's a quote: once our community was healthy and a happy place to be, but now we see all that they've destroyed. We were raised to believe Mother Earth, that we need to have respect for it, and that it's our mother, and yet we have destroyed it. Things are never ever going to be the same again. Now retired community health representative, and you're seeing horses literally 10 feet away from oil gas facility stuff, and you see these, they call it a witch's hat up here, and that stuff is just leaking out fumes. So if you can see at the top where my cursor is, these little pipes, stuff is being vented off and being dumped in the community, and we don't know what's leaking off of here. So this is just the people involved. The Council Health Committee, I'm on there. Navajo Nation Council Delegate Daniel So, Samuel Sage, Marlene Thomas, Kenya Pinto, David Sosi, Herbert Benali, now deceased, Teresa Seamster, Sujit Joel Pali, Celia Lewis, Mario Tencio, and Carol Davis, all from the neck here. And so this is the greater Chaco landscape. And so everything that I was showing you is happening here where my cursor is. And all this is part of a huge system-wide place, a system-wide sacred cultural landscape. And all that stuff can flow down in here. The fumes, all, like I said, just the radioactive toxic waste that's probably dumped now into this watershed is going to flow all the way into here. So that's our the plight we've been involved in 10 years. Chaco Cultural and Historic Park is probably one of maybe 12 United States UNESCO World Heritage Sites, and it's one of 6 dark sky national parks in the United States. Incredibly sacred area, so it's something worth fighting for, and it's and hope that's a snapshot of the health impacts that are happening in our community. And see if I can pull the HIA up. And so we just released and finished. Can you guys see this one? Can you see this?
Yeah, we can see that.
Let's see. How do I? There you go. And so that was the health impact side. Then we did a spiritual Navajo focused impact of all of this, of everything. And so I'd have to get just need to get names of people. It's a cultural, historical, and health impact assessment, and it was done January 15th. And so just sort of goes more in depth with everything I just showed you. So this is what volatile organic compounds do. They affect the brain, lungs, skin. All of that gets affected from when you get exposed to these chemicals. And it goes through all of that, and it has summaries of the results and recommendations. Recommend 6,600 foot setbacks from gas processing plants. They need to prevent toxic exposures by trapping emissions at the source, and don't even approve oil and gas leases at all. And so we're getting close to 6 o'clock. I give myself 30 minutes, and so
this is really good. How long did you monitor for, Mario?
we did like what did we say? Sorry if I should know this right off the top of my head. It's been a while. Okay. I think we did 2 weeks, I think, of monitoring. Where's that graph? I'm trying to look at our latest one that has the cultural impacts. Let me look for this real quick. This is the copy too. here. Save. Okay. There we go. This is the latest. This one has the final one. I think we did 2 weeks. That feels right. Feels right when I say that. My mouse has a really fast trackball, so I'm trying to. So this is our cultural survey, and so the principal investigator. This landscape is we call it the netra, and it is it would be in, how do we say, in Judeo-Christian parlance, it would be like the Holy Land. It's the place where the idea of Navajo, according to a lot of literature, it's the place where the very unique idea of a Navajo culture was created. The genesis happened in this landscape, and so you're seeing all of this, and so if you can see my cursor in this whole landscape, that's where it was basically created. And there's numerous sacred mountains, and the landscape, it's very important. So we move in. Can you guys see that? And so this is the so if you see my cursor, that's the Ohuncina, or the counselors community where my grandma's from. And so this is the Hickory Apache Nation. And you're seeing all of these. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 plus the tribal, 9, 10 different land statuses. And there's national park statuses. And sometimes the land is split estate where the ground underneath is owned by the BLM and the top is owned by Navajos. And so you're seeing just a huge, you talk about the planning wise, this is a very complex landscape that just makes everything hard to organize around. And in our language, we call it a place where offerings are made. It's basically what rocks offerings to the spirits underneath the rock. That's what Chaco Canyon is to us. And let me get to the meat of this cultural survey, is that talking with the people, they said, so one question is, our local leaders have spoken out against drilling and no one at the tribal, state, or federal level, including BLM and BIA, have listened. 74% said agree with that no one's listening to us. Our effort to pass on a healthy and prosperous environment to our children is being broken. 83% people say that's true. Let's see, let me move to the behavior oil companies is getting a permit to drill shows their lack of concern for the community. 83% of the people agree. Because the land is being ruined, it will not sustain the economy. 83% of people agree with that. Oil companies are insensitive. Oil companies that respect sovereignty or nation law. What I believe to be sacred is being destroyed. That's another one. And this is very important because in this new age, the new guidance coming out of the Department of Interior is that sacred spaces and the free, prior, informed consent and and the environmental justice perspective is really becoming the center and focus of a lot of federal planning now within the Department of Interior. And so there's a guidance called environmental justice guidance. In there, it says that people that are tasked with understanding the importance of federal planning need to have a full understanding of the cultural impacts of what federal actions do. And so this is part of that. This is showing you the cultural impacts of what federal actions are doing by oil and gas leasing. And so this whole process now is starting to be considered in a lot of the federal oil and gas leasing planning on the local BLM level, but then also national wide with the Bureau of Land Management. And so I hope that gives you a really good introduction. Please, if you need, please ask clarifying answers. But this whole landscape is we as the net people are very tied close to it. The very core of our worldview and our spiritual worldview is being directly impacted, and so that's hope that this was clear. And if not, so yeah. Oh, basically over a month. So sorry, we monitored over a month, April 15th to May 23rd. That's how long. 32 days.
Oh, that's really good. Okay, so there was a question that says, can you tell us the type of monitors you use and how expensive were they? And do you need technical expertise to interpret the data?
Yes, so we went to, so it is, I forget how much they cost, but they are, where did it go? University of Pennsylvania, they loaned it to us. And then they sent it back, and then they monitored, and they gave us back a report on what the monitored. That's so it's these ones. It's probably in our appendices of part of this. So these are the monitors, but if you go to purpleair.com, these are the monitors we have now in the community, which do suffice their level of that can be committed into court when communities. So don't allow. So we go back here. So if you guys still see, can you guys see this? So these are the new ones we have. Yeah, so these are about $249, $279. We bought 3 of them. And so these can be admissible in court when you talk about just how sensitive they are in monitoring air quality. And you can even get live views of air quality. So this is Albuquerque, so pretty good air quality right now. So I'm moving northwest, and it's the only air monitors out here. So one community has, so it's pretty good. So this is sort of in the heart of where some of those monitors were. So right now the air quality is pretty good. It's at 5. And you'll see there's a graph down here. Some days it went to like 300, 250 to 300. So that's what in the changes so far. Now we have these purple air monitors out there in the community. So, who are the oil companies? Right now, the oil companies are going to be Logos, LOGO, Logos, Enduring Resources, and DJR are the oil companies out there now. In the past, it was WPX and some these other companies. They all moved on to the southern portion of the state. So let's see if I can find it. So Chaco Canyon's right here with you can see my cursor. That's where Chaco Canyon is. So it's about right in here. This map doesn't have it. Let's bring up a So can you see this picture I
Yes,
put
you
up?
can see it.
Yeah, and so that's probably one of the most sacred mountains that we have. Mount Taylor, which is by Grants, New Mexico, and that's the turquoise mountain. Very interesting. And so you have this huge flare going off. That's probably 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30-foot flare that's going off right there. Yeah, it's that thing roars like a jet engine. And so you zoom out and you just see just how crazy impactful this whole place has been. I think this is the place. Yeah, this is the place. There's a home that's within 300 feet of this site. Yeah, there's a home 300 feet this way. That's my kin, and that all that stuff here just flowing directly into their homes. Let me,
That is just scary. So let's see. Emily wants to know, who are the oil companies? And then Martha has a question.
Answer mine.
Oh, okay. Have there been 2 stages of oil companies? One got the easily accessed and left, next lineup came in for harder to get, like with fracking. That's from Martha, if you want to answer that question.
there have been so many Save Chocolate petitions over the last years. Now I get to see why. Or they be protected or have some special like. Yeah. Yeah. So that's very, very important. I'm going to show this video. This is with the FLIR camera. Can you guys see this?
Yep, we can see it.
Yeah. So this is yeah, this is right. My grandma's house is sort of over here. And there's 4 or 5 wells here. And so you see the windsocks. And so you guys see, can you guys see that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's all
That's scary.
Yeah, it's dumping 150 tons of that every year. So you see all this stuff down here. Yeah. So that's the stuff that causes nosebleeds and stuff. And so, and it travels. So this is a different, more false color. And it travels, and it can travel a mile down and still hurt people. My auntie lives downwind from here, about maybe less than about a mile away. Let me see. Let me bring up this. Sorry about that. Let me bring up some photos here. So this site, you just saw that big old 50,000 gallon spill. So why that's significant because we had a really good school called New Mexico Tech. It's a mining school, and they looked at the problem and they said that the worst case scenario of a spill ever happening in the air in New Mexico is about 25,000 gallons, and this was double that of and these are petroleum engineer, the guys that teach the petroleum engineers in their research project, and this is what they said. So that well site I showed you at, so this is our local screen. full screen. So Council Delegate Daniel So, who works with the Net Care, you saw Kendra. This is Secretary Hallen, Deborah Hallen here. And she's with us. Now Senator Ben Ray Lujan, he used to be Assistant Speaker of the House. Chairman Alan Lowenthal, Chairman Raul Grijalva, and she was Vice Chair of this is a part of the Natural Resources Committee of the House Natural Resource Committee. They came out on a tour, and we had 4 hours with them, and they usually only give 15 minutes. So you ever go on Daniel So, you'll see so many of these pictures, and I think this is the site. So this is me talking with Grijalva at that very same site, and this is when they look. That FLIR camera that they took, it happened this very day. And so everyone saw it. They're like, that's just crazy. So if we can get a picture of the FLIR camera. Let's see it over here. Well, they had a FLIR camera, but so that's in a nutshell what we're up to. Protecting Greater Chaco landscape. We are a coalition of, at times, over 100 organizations. We've gone from 4 people, actually 6 people sitting around a table, all the way to over 100 organizations. We got federal legislation passed to protect the landscape, to now first our leadership being on a first name basis with congressional leadership. Now this is becoming the center point and the centerpiece of the reform to the movement to reform federal oil and gas leasing policies and cultural landscapes and protection of sacred sites and dealing with indigenous peoples. It's becoming a very, very, very significant and consequential nexus of all these intersections of certain ideas. And it's quite a challenge to keep our head afloat and to be sure that we're actually doing good and at the same moment trying to always keep everybody accountable. One thing, some big greens want to go in there and take all the accolades after 10 years of our work. Other people just want to come in, take a picture, take a selfie, and say, "Yeah, we're part of it." It's like, well, do something more than that. Our big allies, Western Environmental Law Center, Wild Earth Guardians, all the sister Native Organizers Alliance. Net Care came in to be the fiscal sponsor of this whole movement. And then they invited us on the board, and so invited me on the board. So overall, it's I want to thank you for your time. It's about 40 minutes in, so if you have still open for questions, if anyone has any.
I appreciate you for doing this. This is great. Thank you so much. So we don't have, well, our pipeline is coming through here, and we have a compressor station in Chatham, Virginia, and so I wanted to try to get as much information I could about the health impacts and that thing about purpleair.com. That's a really good site. I'm actually going to order one for air monitoring. It looks like somebody has one out here in our community because I went to their website and I could see they already have some numbers out here. But thank you so much. Does anybody have any questions for Mario? Okay, Mario, I think you answered all the other questions. It says you must have really shocking to say. Yeah, it is. This just makes it real. So thank you so much for sharing your story and thank you. So
I guess I have one. Well, is there anything? Is a petition? I mean, I wrote in there's so many petitions to save Chaco Canyon. And what I love Grijalva. I used to live in Arizona, but so is there anything we can do? Is there anything lately that you're pushing that people can help with?
Yes, I'm going to put this in the chat. So we're in a big flux. Frack Off Chaco .org is sort of the landing page for this movement. There's ways you can get involved. Donate care if you want to give money, but if you really want to get involved more and more, this is where the best way to keep up with what's happening. It's a good archive. Right now we are looking, so as organizations, we're starting to engage with people on the federal side. There's going to be call to actions. I think you can enter your information here when petitions go out. But like Food and Water Watch, again, I always forget about them, but they're really good at helping out. But let me talk to them. Let's do it because I can't see one where it says get involved. We need something that people can click. So share this right now. Share this on all the social medias here. And so we need to have a take action button. So thank you for asking that, because we do. This gets regularly updated. We changed our new platform with the times, and so that's the latest. And so you saw the totem pole stuff we put up here.
I did have a question about the your air monitors. How far did you have to get up in the air to put them?
I think we just put them. I think they're just put on the inside of the house. But the ones that when we did, we just had them on T-posts, right? That's outside the house.
Okay.
Some of them are just inside on the table somewhere. So.
Okay. All right. Pretty cool. Okay. Sounds good. All right. Okay, everybody. So this concludes our workshops. Thank you guys for staying in here the long haul. I appreciate that. So this is going to be the first series of many that we have to try to educate the community, our Indigenous people, and non-Indigenous people in the community about these environmental degradation. So stay tuned, y'all, and I'll see you guys tomorrow for our unity rally. Bye. Have a good night.
Have a good night. Thanks.